Hey, what is up, everybody? Let me pause the music. That music that was just playing, obviously, as always, is Kemi's, well, Chemixeal's. I call her Kemi because I'm used to it. We're friends. That's kind of what I do. But anyways, please check out her Bandcamp. Also check out her stream. And give her a shout out. She was playing Stardew Valley last, but I don't think she streamed today and the day before. She was supposed to do Chrono Trigger today, but I think she's starting tomorrow. So we'll see what happens going forward tomorrow for her. But for now, we're going to play Great Ace Attorney. We're going to put that Great Ace Attorney friend of ours to work on Labor Day. This man gets no days off, apparently. Okay, here we go. Also, what up, DJ? The old defendant's empty chamber. Well, I never expected this. Who would have thought we'd be back here again so soon? Always! There's just no rest for the wicked. And no rest for the weary. And no rest for the good guys either. We are on a study tour of Great Britain with the intention of learning the country's legal practices. In order to research the latest court procedures here, we need as much court experience as possible. Talk about throwing him to the wolves and throwing him into the fire. This man's like just getting roasted left and right. And like, at this point he might as well be burnt. Well, yes, I suppose that's true. But for the person in the dock, it may well be his or her one and only time in court, and it could be life-changing. In which case, treating it as a research may be a little crass. Oh, when you put it like that, you're quite right. Good morning! This poor son of a bitch. Ah, Mr. Natsume, good morning. He's still panicking. He's like crazy-eyed. Oh dear, are you alright? Your eyes are terribly bloodshot. The early bird catches worms, as they say here in Great Britain. There we go, that's better. Oh, my mic is blocking this poor guy right here. I hope you all are having good Labor Day. Anyways, for those of you that are in the US or in the United States, for the rest of y'all, if you're outside of that, I still hope you're having a good day. Hey look, it's a K-Dash. Hey look, it's a May. I got to watch her play Minecraft, and I lurked for like a good chunk of it, but I was there watching while watching wrestling. It was great. I think I made May a little sad or disappointed in me when I said I didn't really know the Lego movie. The early bird catches a worm, as they say here in Great Britain. Or in Britain. Yes, I've heard that expression. But I really don't want to catch a worm. So I tried desperately not to wake up early, but I was so worried I couldn't catch a wink. Jesus Christ, Soseki, calm the hell down. Heck yeah, did they win? Who? It depends on who. There's a lot of wrestlers. But there was losers and there was winners for sure. Very sad that Levy is the movie. That the Levy is the movie. What? I don't know what you're talking about. I know nothing about Lego. Oh. Yeah. Well, I should say I know nothing about the Lego movie. Maybe you can sum it up for me really fast. Give me the God, what's the book summary website? Oh, give me the Cliff Notes version. What the hell? Why is my Facebook going off? Oh boy. Well, you sure it's the best movie ever made? That's debatable, May. I mean, like, there's a lot of good movies, alright? But it's really hard to say which one's the best. Now I'm absolutely exhausted as a result. Jesus Christ, Soseki. Or Natsume-san, whatever. Do all literary people take things so literally? Oh no. Oh no, we started. Thank you for putting your faith in us today, Mr. Natsume. He looks a little worried. I wish I had 9 lives! My whole future hangs in the balance! I'm too terrified to tremble! What? Oh man. Really? Because I can feel the tremors in the floor. I can't do this, I can't take it. I can't do this, I can't take it! Although locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Yes? May, why do you like the Lego movie so much? Like, to the point where you wanted to quote the first 5 or 10 lines of the movie on your stream. Caught a glimpse of public gallery as I walked by the courtroom. It looked like the opening night of the opera. There were so many people. I had no idea my case was such a notorious affair here in London. I should put a chat somewhere. I wonder if I can do that or not, actually. No, but it will look fucking weird, I think. Let me see. Well, dumb chores just pooped in abs and ABS and said hello. What? Are you saying you have chores or you're done with chores? And just popped in to say hello. Let me see if I can get a chat box going. Alright. Let's try it. Let's try to add the chat now. What would it be? Be a browser source, no? Alright. Someone chat. Tell me if that shows up. I want to see if it shows up. Actually, hold on. Let me copy the link. Let me fix it. Might have to see if that works. Is it showing it? I know. Shit. I don't think it was. Let me test. Test. Oh, it works. But it's so small. Gotta fix. Okay. Alright. We're spending some time fucking with chat. Oh. Let's redo it. I think it's a little wonky. Stream chat. Okay. Test. Till stretch. Oh, man. Maybe. Hold on. Let's see. Maybe we fix it by. It looks pretty okay. And then we shorten this to like 550. A little bit down here. And test again. It's not bad. It's better. Keep it there. Keep it above the stream layout. Yeah, sweet, that'll work. And then let me pull up my trophies list. Sweet. Oh, neither did I. So yeah, that's gonna work now. Okay, cool. I'm gonna cover my layout a bit, but I didn't want to cover the game screen with it. Maybe I'll put it down here on the bottom where the donations are instead later on. I don't know. We'll see. Then that's too small, I think. This will be a test of it. When more people come in and chat, we'll see how it looks, and then I'll see if it looks better or worse. Maybe I maximize my OBS and see. That way, like, I don't think... Yeah, I don't think it's that bad. Okay. I just have OBS not maximized. You know why that might be, Mr. Sato? I'm sorry for missing that whole dog, but I have no idea. So the all-knowing look on your face is just coincidence then, is it? Don't hide the truth from me. It's because of the Reaper, isn't it? Lord Van Zieks? Is that right, Mrs. Sato? I purchased as many different newspapers as I could find this morning, and yes, Lord Van Zieks is on the front page of every one. I knew it. Sometime after the prosecutor was dubbed the Reaper of the Bailey, he stopped appearing in court. It seems it's been several years now. In fact, until the day before yesterday. Yes, Inspector Gregson told us something similar, didn't he? He really did. The trial 2 days ago marked Lord Van Zieks' return to the courtroom after a very long hiatus. The trial of Magnus McGilded. Ugh, what a harrowing experience that was. It really was. I believe that appearance made even greater waves here in the capital than today's. But we wouldn't have realized, of course, having only just arrived in the country. Why is the Reaper back in the Bailey so soon? For what appears to be a mundane murder? That's the question the papers are asking, and they are all speculating various answers. Mundane! Mundane is the most significant saga of the century to some of us. Yo, buddy, calm down there. Oh dear, I meant no offense, Mr. Natsume. But that's how the papers are describing it. Well, we also forget the fact that it could spark an international incident. Obviously, the reappearance of this infamous prosecutor has caught people's attention. But there's not a blatant similarity with the trial of 2 days ago. Yes, I agree. Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. It's you. Me? Well, I suppose that's true. Both times, it is you who stands against this legendary prosecutor. It can only mean that you're friends with the Reaper! No? Please, I don't rub shoulders with Deathbringers. I'm afraid there's really only one other explanation. It can only be another example, Mr. Naruhodo, of your uncommon bad luck. Thanks for that. And we're gonna win again. Oh, this is just my luck. Why must I be represented by a man with such frail fortune? By the least lucky lawyer alive. Well, let's not forget that it was you, Miss Natsume, who asked me to represent you. Yes, it's true that I'm just a student, New Zealandan with little in the way of experience or skills or luck. But I promise you this, I will fight your corner until the bitter end, and I will believe in you, Mr. Natsume. Oh, benevolent locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Oh, there's shine in his eyes. You're not alone here with us, Mr. Natsume. Whatever happens, we will always be by your side. Oh, benevolent non-locum assistant, Miss Mikotoba Esquires. I am in your debt forever. I shall never forget this great kindness for as long as I live. Yes, that's what I said. Mr. Natsume, counsel for the defense. The court session is about to begin. Kindly make your way into the courtroom at once. Yes, here we go. Alright then, Mr. Natsume, it's time. Let's go. Yes! This man's gritting his teeth. This is it. My second appearance in British courtroom. Is it second? Oh, no, case one was Japan, right. And the second case was on the ship. And third case was the British courtroom, and then, you know. And my second trial against the Reaper. I hope you're watching over me, Cosmo. Because this time I won't let my faith waver. I'll believe in my client to the last. Just like you believed in me. I believe I can do this now. I'm ready for this fight. Jesus fucking Christ, you really are something else. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare the willingness to proceed. Prosecution is fully prepared, my lord. defense is ready, my lord.
Hostile forces
Oh!
detected. Arming
D,
the
thanks for the raid? Mega cookie raid? Oh boy. Oh boy. Hold on, let me shout out D. Playing Destiny 2. Ooh, the new expansions? How was it? And it's very rare for this to happen because I don't usually stream on the day. I stream at night. Whereas you stream in the morning and for me into the day, which is I believe like afternoon, evening-ish, maybe nighttime for you. How have you? Yeah, been on D2, having a good time with my clan. Nice, nice. I've been working like hell. I enjoy my job every bit, but it's stressful and very exhausting, but very rewarding. Saw you live and had to raid you. Yeah, right? See, that's the same I feel. If I am streaming and you're live, I will want to raid you, but different time zones. This is one of the rare occasions because I have a day off. It's Labor Day here in America. But anyways, everyone from D's stream, welcome, welcome. I hope you enjoyed her stream. Everyone in my stream that's either lurking, chilling, using me as background noise, whatever, y'all go and check out D. She's an awesome streamer. She does all kinds of things and has a penchant for loving cookies. I need to lurk for a moment, but I'll be back in 15. Alright. Hey, thank you for the raid. And enjoy your lurk. Meanwhile, I am going to read this lots of text game. The Nipponese are truly a fascinating breed. Sorry, what? Lord Strongheart has told me all about it. That you are a student who arrived in London but 2 days ago, a mere amateur, and would beat your ass. Do you have a point? Being a compatriot, you feel compelled to try to help the accused, I suppose. Typical Nipponese arrogance. No, we're just here to help someone that we believe is innocent. Forgive me, but I do not believe arrogance is an appropriate description. Susato-san. Oh, sometimes it says Miss Susato. The text translations are all over the place here. After all, at our previous encounter, the defendant was found to be innocent. Indeed it was. Very true. And the most fascinating and dark trial it was, too. The tragic conclusion came later, of course. Here's the acquitted and his unfortunate violent end.
Resubscription received. Apparently you are doing something right, Captain.
Whoa. Thanks for the 46 months, Thomas. Jesus. You the homie. This man really just drank to the man's death from the last case. Jesus. What are you up to for Labor Day today, or did you have to work? Thank you, consuls. I see both sides are in fine fettle. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, are you ready to carry out your duties here in court as impartial members of the public? You never know when you might be down on your luck, but I believe in fair play for everyone. Wait, this man is back. Oh no. Well, I must warn you, I'm rather more ruthless than I appear. This chilling at the moment, though, ended up being on Strive a decent bit over the weekend. Nice, nice. I was out for the whole weekend at friends gatherings. One to just have a gathering to barbecue, the other one as a send-off for another friend who's teaching in Japan soon as a English teacher, I think, for a JET program. Oh, you saw Shang-Chi Friday? Nice. I haven't seen it yet. I'm gonna go with a friend to go see it, possibly. We'll see. We'll see if plans fall through on that or not. If not, I have no idea what I'm gonna do about it. I might just go watch it on my own. but that feels very lonesome. And I've never been one to want to watch movies on my own, you know? Not like if I were to do that, I'd rather it be on Disney Plus or something, but unfortunately it's not. Oh well, not me. What you see is what you get. I'm a peace-loving fellow. Oh no, not her. I'm afraid to say, I think it's quite possible that mustache foreigner did the deed. Come on, what are we waiting for? No doubt he did it anyway. Eh? Sorry? Didn't quite catch that. And then we got an old man who has bad hearing. October 18th, I think, is when it does, with the new policy on movies, but I wasn't wanting to wait that long. Oh, October 18th? Well, if I haven't seen it by then I'll wait till then. To be available for everyone who has Disney Plus. Wait, do we still have to pay for it at that point? Or is it, like, just free available? Very well, let us proceed. Your opening statement, if you please, Lord Van Zeeks. Pretty sure free available? Okay, cool. Because I'm like, at that point, I wouldn't want to pay $30 just to watch it. I think I'd wait longer. Very recently, Great Britain signed an alliance with a rising power in the Far East. The accused in the dock today is a student from that same land, a certain Mr. Soseki Natsume. Why did he call it a dock? I'm doing that for Eternals. What, waiting for it to be free? Or gotta pay for it? Because I don't know if Eternals is gonna be... Oh, you're waiting for it for free. Yeah, I probably will wait for it on Eternals, because like, Eternal is one of those ones where like, while I wouldn't mind watching on launch, it feels like I kind of want to wait and see approach, like we wanted for Ghost of Tsushima, because Eternals is definitely very new, and like I hope they handle it well. It is Marvel, like, you know, they've done very well. Like, sorry, I should say it's MCU. They've done very well with the movies and shows so far. So like, I have no problem with it, but it's more like, I'm kind of like skeptical looking at it right now. The trailer, it's because the trailers aren't like amazing. It's just showing you enough. Like, I feel like if they show you an amazing trailer, it'll spoil the movie. Like, dude, the trailers we saw for Endgame straight up spoiled the, and Infinity War also straight up spoiled the movie. Also, Thomas, opinion on the chat box right there. Is it, should I make it a different color, or is the white fine? You can wait an extra month for Spider-Man in the meantime. You're fine with the white? Okay. I'm just wondering if it blends in at certain points. But if you can see it, it's fine.
We are being followed. Shall I dispatch the
Don't be jealous, thanks for the follow. That's quite a name. Change it to yellow? Why yellow? Oh, so jealous is from Exia's stream. Yo, the play on words though, I do appreciate that. See, I know me and Exia mess around with one of the members of his community about puns, but that's a good one in the name. More so than Mike Riz's. Why not yellow? Because I don't think the yellow works well here. Oh, thank you, yeah. Another community I met her through. Oh, okay. And while our country has extended this foreign student the warmest of welcomes, regrettably the kindness has not been returned. In fact, the student is accused of the most sinister act. Excuse me? No, he is not. This man just threw wine at fire again. They should be that should be setting the freaking courthouse on fire. Try it. Why yellow though? Like, I kind of don't like yellow, to be honest. Favorite color is yellow. Oh, that's why? Nah. Although, like, I can see where some of the white blends in right now. Unlike the sword parts. But then, like, I'm looking at it from a small angle. Maybe it's better if I... Hold on, let's see. Let me move some stuff. Oh, you know what? The white's not that bad. What do you mean you don't know? I'm talking about the chat box! Yeah, you know what? No, let's not go with yellow, because I'm looking at your yellow name and it blends in too. Well, maybe it's just because it's in a terrible spot. Let's see. No, it's... I mean, the spot right here, it's like not much better. Yeah, it's fine here. No, the black wouldn't work because the background is black. It's fine. I'll keep it as white. It'll blend on certain spots. For the most part, you can see it though. Anyways, don't be jealous. How's your day today? Also, Jade, how's your day? Are you relaxing? Of course, Jade didn't know what we were talking about. Oh, of plunging a knife into the back of an innocent woman who was doing nothing but walking down the street. A knife crime! I tell you from bitter experience, those are the worst. Bloody oath they are. Going alright, pretty light day. That's good, that's good. Pink? No. Pink would be worse on this. I'm relaxing. Just got back from buying family food and getting COVID tested. Do you have to get tested weekly because you deal with students? Just look at that sallow complexion and short stature. He's one of those dreadful Japanese. What? Yo, that's racist. Come on, let's get this over with. With me now, everyone. 1, 2, 3. No. Eh, sorry, didn't quite catch that. Yeah, I do. Sucks, but eh. Whatever, I mean, it's fine. Pray forgive the discourtesy of smashing my hallowed chalice here in this great chamber. What now? Allow me to call the first witness to the stand. Very well. Bailiff, lead the inspector in, please. Oh, no, not the inspector. Your name and occupation, please. Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard. Would you please summarize the events of the case for the court, Inspector? The victim is thought to be a young woman in her 20s by the name of Olive Green. I beg your pardon, Inspector? Thought to be? Yes. Having been stabbed in the back by her attacker's knife, the victim fell unconscious. That was 3 days ago now, and she's been comatose ever since. What? So they don't even know who she is for sure? Comatose, I see. But her life is not in danger? Fortunately for the Eastern student, the charge will not be murder. Pray, elaborate on the details, Inspector. But it'll be attempted murder, no? Sir, if I could ask everyone to look at the street map. There's Briar Road. As mentioned, the incident took place 3 days ago, at around 5 in the afternoon. That's not even the afternoon anymore, that's already evening. Happened on the pavement running alongside Briar Road, a wide thoroughfare for horse-drawn vehicles. It had not long since stopped snowing as the victim, Miss Green, was walking down the street. Out of the blue, she was approached from behind by the accused and stabbed in the back. That's probably not what happened, but sure, we'll call it that. Luckily, the young lady's life was spared, and she's currently being treated in one of the city's hospitals. But being unconscious as she is, we've been unable to take a statement from her, of course. This is a case file with everything we know about the victim's story. See, so we're screwed out of our, like, wits here. They couldn't have waited, but, oh well. Could have held this man in jail for that long, if anything. Thank you, Inspector. The court will accept the documents as evidence, but then we never know when she'll wake up. So, like, this is, like, hinging on just us getting it right without the, you know, any freaking other witnesses that could defend our the freaking client. What other weapon that was used? So I have that here. It was removed from the victim's back. Ouch! That big thing's starting to make me scared to walk down the street now. With a heavy blade like that, almost anybody would have been able to stab the poor woman. And drugs? No. Even a scraggy looking Soseki-san, I suppose. A common or garden jackknife, I would say, rather nondescript. Why do you go to drugs as the first thing for this murder? Oh, this attempted murder, because she's alive. She's in comatose. Thank you, Inspector. The court accepts the blade as evidence. Let's examine that blade. Oh shit, how do you expect to stab someone with this? Oh wait, well, that might be broken. Look here, Mr. Naruto, just a tip. A small piece of the blade appears to be missing. It might be lodged in her still. You're right, well spotted, Mr. Sato. I wonder what could have happened to it. Yes, you don't think you can still be lodged in the victim, do you? Oh dear, I do hope not. That sounds terribly painful. Because drugs, man. Why is it that your first thought was drugs? It Why are you so dead set on that story? Now then, what do we know of the motive? Money or valuables, I presume? From what we can tell by looking at the woman's possessions, it seems like she's a poor student herself. It's hard to imagine she would have had anything much worth pinching, my lord. I see. Well, in that case, we are looking at some deep-seated resentment towards the victim? Maybe not. afraid I couldn't say. Apart from visiting secondhand bookshops, the defendant, Mr. Natsume, doesn't appear to get out much. At this moment in time, we haven't been able to establish any sort of connection between him and the victim. You know, my mom went to Costco and sent me pictures of all the Baby Yoda stuff, and I'm like, why don't you buy me any? Because she just wants to tease you and doesn't want you to buy more shit. If theft and grievance have been ruled out as a motive, what reason could Mr. Natsume possibly have had for stabbing the young woman? Yet you arrested the man in spite of that in a totally unjustified and heavy-handed way? What do you mean objection? And now he's throwing the bottle. Jesus. This man's littering and breaking glasses everywhere. Possibly starting fires. Like, he's lucky that he hasn't burned down the courthouse multiple times here. Pray forgive the discourtesy of flinging a freshly uncorked bottle into a public gallery. No, she's gonna take me to Costco so I can buy it. Oh. Then she asked if I can buy her one too. At least we know she's efficient. But your words have soured its hollow bouquet. For it is you, my learned friend, who is being heavy-handed here. What? Scotland Yard does not arrest people without good cause. That should be beyond question. Inspector Gregson, the prosecution calls for your formal testimony. Explain to the court precisely why the constabulary came to arrest the Nipponese student. So I can buy her those things she showed me, and not necessarily me buying them for myself. Oh. But see, what's going to happen is you're going to buy it for her. She's going to keep one in her room, and then you're going to want one for yourself. So you'll buy one for yourself anyway. Yes, sir. As I said, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the incident occurred. There was an unusually light fog. Visibility was reasonably good, and there was no one else but the victim and the accused. Out of the blue, the victim was stabbed from behind and subsequently collapsed on the pavement. The accused ran off, scattering his belongings all over the floor, those being a number of old books he just bought. He was on his way home from a bookshop, it seems. It was just a matter of working out who the books belonged to. We found the book to arrest him. I don't see a win-win situation here. I'm wasting money. I mean, your parents fed you all this time, right? And you got a job. Also, some Pokemon Build-A-Bears came back in stock. I'm not going to Build-A-Bears. Anyways, I'm gonna start shooting myself, so lurking. Alright. Oh, books, you say? Yes, my lord. I have a photograph here of the scene of the crime taken immediately after the incident. So I insta-bought Vaporeon before it sold out again, because you didn't get it last time. Ah, yes. I clearly see the books to which you are referring. I will take that photographic print as evidence, please, Inspector. The knife is in her back, indeed. sum of 2 shillings tendered in receipt of the picture of Monsieur Lecour, a meal for Gabrielle, Canterbury Yearnings. Can't see what the titles of the books are, so... Yeah, I was sad I didn't get, buy it online, forehead. Yeah, I was sad I didn't get it. I have a Vaporeon plush from Vampire, still looks good, but the Build-A-Bear one looks good too. Telling me to buy it online? I don't care for the Eevee plushes online. And plus, I have the Eevee plush I want already. I bought one of the Japanese Pokemon Center ones. I have a Jolteon. The only other one I would want right now is probably a Sylveon. But then I'm like, enough plushes. There's not a lot of room left for the plushes. You beanie ponies are a spineless breed, too cowardly to admit defeat, denying everything despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary. Well, forgive me, Lord Van Seeks, but the defendant is not denying everything as you put it. What are you doing, Mr. Sato? Do go on. Mr. Natsume has admitted to playing some part in the incident. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruto? Well, now that you mention it, when we visited him in the prison yesterday, he did tell us what had happened, after all. They're releasing Sylveon, but I don't want a Build-A-Bear version. Because it's too big and, like, expensive for no reason. I really don't have room. As I was walking along that accursed pavement, I could make out the sole silhouette of another ahead of me. A woman wearing a green overcoat. She was... And just as I went to overtake her, she suddenly let out a little scream and collapsed onto the cold, hard slabs of stone at my feet. I was terrified. I had to get away from there. So I ran as fast as my legs could carry me back to my cursed lodgings. Umbreon sold out. Were you gonna buy all of them? Green overcoat. I kind of want more of a Vaporeon plush, but some look weird. What the hell? By the way, did you know that Vaporeon's Japanese name is called Shower? Well, Showers, rather. With an S, yeah. No, just Vaporeon, then maybe buy my sister the Flareon one. Well, that's exactly what the woman in the print is wearing. Oh my, photographic print in full color. What will the world come up with next? Smartphones. Eventually. The defendant has done nothing more than admit he fled the scene of the terrifying incident. That does not mean he's guilty of the heinous crime of stabbing a woman in the back. There was nobody else at the time, just the two of them, the victim and the accused. In other words, there's nobody else who could have possibly have stabbed the woman. A fact that the accused concedes. Ugh. It seems this cross-examination could prove to be pivotal, counsel. Proceed, please. I mean, man be spitting out some water sprouts. Possibly. Actually, wait. I don't think Vaporeon does. Hold on. I know Vaporeon learns Hydro Pump and Scald. Nope. Nope, does not learn Water Spout. Learn Scald, Muddy Water, Waterfall, Hydro Pump, Surf, Brine, Dive, Whirlpool, Water Pulse, water gun. And liquidation. I've used this cross-examination turntables. It's our only chance. Oh man, this is gonna be rough. Oh yeah, some people use waterfall with that one item. Well, no, you wouldn't use waterfall on Vaporeon. Vaporeon is it's not a physical attacker. Vaporeon, I don't believe so. Vaporeon's stats is built towards defense and special attacks. Yeah, his special attack stats like 110. In fact, it's higher. His base special attack is 110, which is higher than his base special defense, which is 95. And then his base defense is 60. Yeah, but his special defense and special attack stat. Attack stat's only 65. What do you mean YOLO? That's so weak. You wouldn't use that. It's like a little under double. Like the special attack is almost double what the attack stat is. Why would you? You would never. Then again, you're weird, so. You wanna watch some Pokemon matches now? I don't know if anyone's streaming Pokemon right now. Good luck. Or you go look back some VODs. Or you can just watch Pokemon anime. Just looked at the Vaporeon plush. They trash besides the Banpresto ones, but those are sold out. Yeah, well, go. You can probably find the Banpresto one if you shell out money on Amazon or something, or eBay. Like, I mean, a lot of money. Like fog, you say? Well, light for London. You can see the opposite side of the street for once. Not much further though. That's light, is it? Around these parts, yes. Not something I'd expect a Japanese fellow like yourself to know, of course. Rather waste money on figures. I want to shoot a figure K-Dash for birthday. Yeah, when it gets closer. I read that London is famous for its fog. My birthday is coming up first, so you know what we know what we settled on for that. But in my country, people usually imagine that gives the city a rather beautiful appearance. Just how quaint. Very well. It's not something us. Yes, well, it's not something us Londoners tend to romanticize, as I expect you can appreciate. K double dribble. Yo, what up, Incarnate?
Hostile forces detected. Army
You wanna
grade
like go stream or
defenses.
just send it? Just to send it. It doesn't need to be on stream. Jade. Thanks for shouting out, Incarnate. This is where you get to shine today. I don't know what I'm exactly doing. Probably I am, but like I gotta make sure there's nothing else coming up. Like I'll stream for, I don't know how long I'll stream, but at least I'll stream for a little bit. But I don't know when or where, what time. I have that day off. My birthday's on a Tuesday, so it's like I get that day off because we get birthdays off. I see. Yeah, screw Xia. Well, I mean, he's streaming right now, so. Incarnate, how was your stream? You were just playing Ghost of Tsushima Director's Cut. PS4 or PS5 version? This time of the year, the fog causes a large number of accidents, especially when it's heavy. It's cool? Yeah. Sometimes you can't even see your own hand at the end of your arm. My birthday on a Sunday? Indeed, the other day I was very nearly trampled by horses before I could see the carriage they were pulling. Ugh, Sato-san, I should definitely remember to stop and look. Stop, look, and listen. However, on the day that concerns us, the fog was somewhat lighter than usual. I was playing Hades too. Ooh, nice. On the 5? Oh, I didn't realize you had a PS5. But, like, I was just asking just to ask, I guess. But hey, awesome. You have it, so you don't have to struggle to look for one now. On my longest streak? Oh! In fact, no doubt lamented by the accused. Yeah, I had a 5 for a while now. Did you get it at launch, or? I've had mine since launch, and I enjoy it. But, like, I haven't been using it in the last little bit because I was playing this, or I wasn't streaming and playing anything. So, and this is on the Switch, you know? Because I wanted a physical copy, and you know, Sony consoles didn't get a physical copy in America. Not launch, but for a while. Nice, nice. Still got one. That's the point. How are you able to state that with any certainty? Quite simply, my learned friend. Oops. Because that is what the witnesses to this crime have told us. Ah yes, Inspector Gregson mentioned the witnesses, so didn't he? That's right, one of them is a policeman, I believe, from Scotland Yard. That is correct, ma'am. Then we must hear their testimony. The prosecution will of course call them to the stand should it be necessary. But wait a minute. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, in the middle of winter, it would have been dark already. No matter how light the fog may have been, no one could have seen. I'm unaware of the situation on your tiny island in the east. But here in the capital city of Great Britain, all main roads are illuminated in the night by gas and streetlights. Ah. This game was limited in copies. Ace Attorney? Yeah, this is great Ace Attorney. It's not that it was limited in copies, so whenever any Ace Attorney game nowadays come here to America, it's typically been digital, but Nintendo got physical rights to it too. So they published it physically, while like at least here in the West, while over in Japan there was a Nintendo Switch version and a PS4 version, which we didn't get the PS4 version here physically. And then here the game comes digital on, I believe, Steam, Switch, and PS4, but then it also comes physical on the Switch, so I bought the Switch version. I dealt with it. I would have much rather having it on the Sony console, but hey, it is what it is. It's just like how we didn't get Ace Attorney 5 and 6 physical at all. It was all just completely digital on the 3DS. The prosecution believes there would have been ample light by which to witness the crime. Quite. Here in London, for the first time in history, mankind has completely conquered the darkness. Which means we really need to hear those witness statements. If I could just get through fog of this cross-examination, maybe we'll be able to. I still need to buy Disgaea 6. You should. I'm probably not gonna buy any more Disgaea's games anymore, because I don't really get a lot of time to play them given for how long they are. And like, I'm finding myself caring less and less, so it's like, that's all you. I think I'm just dropping off Disgaea altogether. Seems the counsel for the defense is taking stock. Continue with your testimony, Inspector. Out of the blue, the victim was stabbed from behind and subsequently collapsed on the pavement. It's definitely stabbed from behind. What about the Strega though? What? The Strega? The hell is that? I'm hoping it'll go on sale soon. Yeah, no, it's not going on sale. You gotta consider the fact that it's being released on the Switch. It is unlikely to go on sale anytime soon. Yeah, I like them, but right now I don't have too much time. Exactly. From behind you say. That's right, as you can see from the print. Yes, quite so, Inspector. The handle of the weapon is clearly protruding from the victim's back. And you say this poor woman, Miss Green, remains in critical condition, comatose no less? I'm afraid so, my lord, yes. She's being treated at Bart's. I was hopeful she'd come around before the trial started so I could take a statement, but it wasn't to be. So far, I have Horizons finished, then Life is Strange coming this week, then Back for Blood. See, I have to worry about none of those. It's great, but then I still have a lot of games to worry about on my end, so it's like... Yes, that is indeed a pity. It would have been the most illuminating to hear the victim's own account of events. Luck is on your client's side, it seems. Then Horizon 2 coming. Too many games, and I want to get the Pokemon game. Which one? The main line or Legends? Like, I'm gonna get all three. I'm probably like Brilliant Diamond, Shiny Pearl, and Pokemon Legends. Then Endwalker. Oh, Endwalker. See, I'm glad I'm not playing 14 right now. On the contrary, my client has been exceedingly unlucky. Your force of tone is seriously undermined by those disturbingly wide eyes, I'm afraid. I was gonna ask which one. Oh, I'm getting both. Ugh. I typically get both. The accused ran off, scattering his belongings all over the floor. Like, I don't know if the other ones are just as good. I haven't looked into it, to be honest. I mean, Legends is pretty good, from the looks of it. And it's also, like, old lore. It's like, just, we get to see old, lore from before, like, from ancient times in Pokemon, I guess. Quote unquote. So it is what it is. The accused ran off, scattering his belongings all over the floor, those being a number of old books he'd just bought. He was on his way home from a bookshop, it seems. It was just a matter of working out who the books belonged to, and we found the bloke to arrest him. How's the Pokédex? You mean mine coming along when I last worked on it? I finished the main Pokédex. I just didn't finish the DLC ones. I need to. See, I don't want the stuff to happen like how it was for Sword and Shield. I didn't mind that. I'm okay with not having national decks. But likelihood, because this is Gen 4, we'll probably have this is a Gen 4 remake, we'll probably have national decks. Caught them all in Sword and Shield, yeah. At least for base game. I didn't catch them all in DLCs yet. Remember, I spent like my subathon streaming Pokemon. From my birthday subathon, yeah. Alright man, I'm gonna find some food and stuff. Crazy hungry, have a good one if you're not here when I get back. Alright. Go get something good to eat, Incarnate. And thanks for raid again. Mr. Natsume's belongings. I think you'll find it's all there in the photographic print of the crime scene. Yes, the 3 books on the floor. That's right, my lord. Secondhand books. They were irreparably damaged after the falling in the snow, of course. You gonna try? Alright. But yeah, Jade, like, I'll probably work towards catching the rest on Sword and Shield later. At least on one of the games, you know? I don't want to do it for both games. It's kind of a fucking hassle. Do all the Pokemon games come out at the same time? I don't know about Legends, but I know Brilliant Diamond and Shiny Pearl will come out at the same time because they're effectively 2 versions of the same game with different Pokemon in each one. That's it. Well, like exclusive Pokemon in each one. You think they'll have a DLC? They can. Who knows? You're gonna like it? What? Brilliant Diamond and Shiny Pearl? Of course I am. It's a Pokemon game. I like majority of my Pokemon games. My favorite so far? How are you gonna say it's your favorite so far when, like, we haven't even played Brilliant Diamond and Shiny Pearl? You meant Great Ace Attorney 2? I'm not even on Great Ace Attorney 2. I'm on Great Ace Attorney 1. I haven't been streaming. I've been busy with work and other things. This is 4th case in 1, dude. You're gonna get Pearl, Jade? Okay. I will. So, like, when I played Gen 4 originally back in 2006, I believe it was 06 when they came out. Or was it 07? Let me see. I played Diamond. Yeah, it was 2006. So I'm gonna probably play Diamond again just because. Like, I did play Pearl in the end as well, but then, like, I started with Diamond, and I'll probably do that. I'll do the same thing and start with Brilliant Diamond. Play Diamond so we can trade Pokemons? Yeah, we can. I mean, like, I'll have to get extras or breed stuff, but yeah, we'll figure it out. You'll help me complete the Pokédex that way, too. It makes it easier. And then, like, I'll probably also do run-ins on my own on my Pokemon Shiny Pearl later. You played Pearl because my brother got Diamond. Yeah, that makes sense for you to continue playing Pearl. See, what I hope is, like, with Brilliant Diamond and Shiny Pearl, we get the Platinum storylines, where it's like we had things to do with Giratina. That makes sense. Okay, well, the second one is my favorite in the franchise, that officially. Richard, my favorite in the franchise overall so far of Ace Attorney is still probably 3, which is Trials and Tribulations, but I'll have to get through this. Like, I know this, like, these 2 games are really, really good, and, you know, suffice to say, I never finished 5 and 6, because then, like, I never sat long enough to stare at a small-ass handheld screen. I wish I had a way to play it on a fucking monitor. You're getting Diamond? Don't be jealous? Okay, cool. I'm getting both, so I'll have both. I didn't play I played Platinum. I definitely played Platinum. Skipped it, so if they add it, it'll be cool, okay. They should, because, like, for example, with Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire, they added the Emerald storyline to it. By the way, so I did the opposite for Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire. Because I played Sapphire when it originally launched, I decided to play Omega Ruby instead of Alpha Sapphire. But this time around, I'm just gonna stick with, you know, the original version I playing its remake version. I mean, you can buy them off the Play Store and emulate it. I mean, I already own the game. Why am I gonna buy it again? I own 5 and 6 on the 3DS. Oh wait, really? I played, well, I didn't finish Alpha Sapphire. Also, Takumi didn't write 5 and 6. True that. You still own it? I don't own them anymore. I sold a lot of... I had to make room, so I sold most of my old Pokemon games. From, like, the Game Boy up. The only one I still have is Crystal. And then I have Sword and Shield, so I probably will rebuy them over time. If I can... I have to make sure I find the real ones, though. Or I just if anything, I go buy it from an actual store I know has real shit. Jade, if you don't want your Alpha Sapphire, let me have it. He mostly helped them on them, so it makes me wonder on who's writing 7. Who knows? But hey, you know what? 5 and 6 weren't bad from what I heard. Like towards the end of it, like I said, I played a little bit of it. It wasn't bad from what I played. You still have Fire Red? Give me that too. Give me your Pokemon games. Give me money, ho. Let me know how much you want. Give me a good deal. Give me $5 for cart. Kappa. Box is messed up because dog chewed on it. That's fine. I just need the cart. I kept the box, I think. The game is intact. I mean, that's fine. Just need the game, but sell for $5. No, I'm kidding. I don't know. We'll see if I even want it because then I still don't have room. Like I have a lot of PS4 games that are just like stacked here right now, and some PS5 games. Oh well. You got Pokemon Moon. Oh, I still have Ultra Moon actually. Doing bad. Just wonder how they're going to close the plot with Apollo and Trucy's parents. Trucy's mother. Who knows? They'll have to eventually. But like, this is also assuming we get 7. We likely are. The accused could easily have carried all 3 books in one hand, which means his other hand would have been free to wield a knife, for example. He's very clever, isn't he? What do you mean? He made it extremely hard for you to assert that Mr. Natsume had his hands full with books. He's managed to close the one avenue of escape we might have had before we even knew it was there. You mean to say the defendant was holding his belongings to thrust the knife into a woman's back? I doubt it. That must be what happened, yeah. My lord, yes. I've been wanting to replay them, that and Pokemon XD for GameCube. I want to replay. I don't own those anymore. I don't really care to replay those. Plus, those are like fucking expensive to buy. Though it's like, it is what it is. Too lazy to set up the GameCube. Don't you have a Wii? Or a Wii U? Setup? Because those work too. By belief. They should, rather. So, I don't know. Defendant apparently visits a secondhand bookshop on a daily basis. Yes, on the daily. I don't know how this man has enough money for books every day. Yes, so I understand. A shop full of old English literature. I commend the accused on the lofty subject matter of his scholarly attention. The bloke's room was stacked floor to ceiling with those musty old books. Can you tell us more about the bookshop in question, please, Inspector? Well, if I must, I'll have to ask you to look at the street map again, I'm afraid. Bourbon Books. The closest second-hand shop to the accused's lodgings is this place here. Bourbon Books. A little place on the corner of Briar Road and Meerschaum Street. My brother has it. They should have remade Xenosaga Saga for PS4. It's probably not gonna happen. Maybe for PS5, but I don't see it happening. As it happens, the accused is currently living in lodgings on the other side of Briar Road on the opposite end, which means it doesn't take a genius to work out the route he would have had to take home. Something like this. I concur with your conclusion, Inspector. The defendant would most certainly have passed the scene of the crime on his way home from that particular shop. Mr. Naruhodo, I think what the inspector just told us could turn out to be vital. Of vital importance. Yes, I agree. The most important point that the inspector just made being... What is that emote? I forget. Oh, that's your, emote. Bourbon books, but this is from your books. Bookshop's name. Inspector Gregson, may I ask you a favor? What? Would you kindly add the name of the bookshop to your formal testimony, please? I believe it may be of vital importance. Maybe. Oh, well, you know, I mean, yes. It could be a very important clue. Very well. Not that I see it being of any great significance, but please revise your testimony accordingly, Inspector. Yes, sir, my lord, whatever you say. Could the man be any more sardonic? If I could just stop you there, Inspector Gregson. What is the sunshine? I'm a busy man, you know. This is a receipt that we found in Mr. Natsume's room. It was issued on the day of the incident and the details of the purchase of 3 second-hand books. And you found that in the accused room, did you? Accused room, did you? Yes, but the point is not where the receipt was found, but the name of the shop printed on it. Go on. The receipt was issued from a bookshop called Your Books. Your Books? Y-O-R-E, I presume? Your. Yes, my lord. Mr. Natsume did indeed purchase a number of books at a second-hand shop that day. However, the bookshop in question was not Bourbon Books. Eh? What? Inspector, do you know of this other shop? Yes, sir. Your Books is another second-hand bookshop not far from Bourbon Books. It's just that it's such a small place, I didn't think the accused would have known about it. You can't assume things. He's a book guy. He would check out both probably, but in fact, that is the bookshop which the defendant visited on the day in question. This receipt proves it. Yes, for what difference it makes, wherever the man purchased his musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis. Yes, it does. Where's the fucking location of Your Books? I disagree. I mean, after all, I have a street map here if that may be of help. Oh, yes, thank you. Have a look at this, please. If the defendant had been returning from Bourbon Books, then yes, he would most certainly have passed the place where Miss Green was attacked. However, if we take into account the fact that he was actually at another bookshop, Your Books, it may very well turn out he wouldn't have passed that location at all. Could that be true? My, it rather depends on where this other bookshop is, but I do declare it may be a possibility. Is that right, Mr. Lawyer, sir, what you just said? Absolutely. It absolutely could be right. Now, where the hell is it, is the question. Inspector Gregson, where is this Your Books establishment? Well, obviously we looked at that. We looked into that. It turns out that Your Books is just here on the next corner of Meerschaum Street. There you have it, as you can clearly see now. Oh. I mean, he still could have walked the other way. My Lord Nipponese friend is obviously in training to be a clown, the way he regales us with such witticisms. To your future career in the circus. Grr, you put that glass down now, or I'll put it down for you. I didn't think I need to spell it out, but here we go. The accused was coming home from Your Books instead of Bourbon Books. There's no doubt he still would have passed the place where the victim was stabbed. No, he could have passed it from the other side. Yes, thank you, Inspector. Ugh. Allow me to reiterate for my learned, if somewhat slow Nipponese friend. This man crushed his freaking chalice again. Whatever the man purchased his musty, wherever the man purchased musty tombs from, it makes no difference in the final analysis. Ugh. As I suspected, you can't try to fool me. You can't fool me. I don't suggest you try. What did I say? I've had enough of this now. Beg your pardon? Terribly sorry, but would you mind repeating that? Mrs. Naruhodo, we mustn't give up. What do you mean? If prosecution's assertion is correct, the members of the jury may very well decide that Mr. Natsume is guilty. Ah, she's absolutely right. We must think. We must consider the assertion just put forward by the prosecution very carefully. He claims Soseki-san must have passed the location of the incident on his way home from your books, but I'm gonna raise an objection. Now, the question is, how do I present the path? Like, do I just say he walked that path? The assertion just made by the prosecution is fundamentally flawed. I don't know if it's fundamentally flawed, but it's got another possibility would be the more correct answer, no? Explain yourself, counsel. Yes, my lord. You can see what I mean on this map. When returning from your books to his lodgings, Mr. Natsume would have followed could have followed the suggested route by the prosecution. However, that isn't the only conceivable route to take between the two places. There we go. The defendant used these streets. Look what happens. He arrives back at his lodgings without passing the location where the victim was attacked. But he saw him. Talking back to a clown is a fool's errand, of course. However, I feel compelled to point out that that route is what is commonly referred to as the long way around. Ah. On a cold winter's night, why would any man choose to take a longer route home? Well, because he's a weirdo? Actually, do we have anything that can prove that? The answer is extremely simple. He wouldn't. In other words, God, we have nothing to work on here right now. Jesus. The accused took the obvious route back to his lodgings and is the obvious perpetrator of this crime. Like, see, there's so, like, this game likes to make us not have a lot to not work with compared to the old Ace Attorney games. Aha! Yes, I've got it. Obviously, we must ask the man himself. Ask Mr. Natsume which route he took home. I have already informed the court of the accused's response to such a question. He claims he has no recollection. Ha! That's right, as I said, the bloke seems to spend his time outside wandering aimlessly from A to B. That day was no exception. He says he doesn't remember where he was or which route he took home. I don't believe this! I thank you, my learned friend, and suggest that we do not waste any more of the court's time by wandering aimlessly around the subject. Pray, what say you, insightful jurors? But even if that is the case, the defense still... Hold it! I agree with Lord Van Zieks, wholeheartedly and in every way. What? I don't believe it. Does this mean... We members of the jury are completely convinced now. Very well. In that case, I call upon all members of the jury to present your findings to the court. Guilty. 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 Jesus fuck, I have to overturn this? It would appear the jury is leaning as unanimous. To the insightful members of the jury, I applaud your brave resolve. You serve Queen and country admirably. Mr. Naruhodo. No, not yet. This isn't over yet. I still have one last chance to sway the opinion of the jury. I have to tip the balance of the scales the other way. I have to turn this around. Somehow. Those are the eyes of Query not yet willing to give up and die. So I presume you intend to wield your rights again in this trial. Rights of defense written into antiquated British law that should have been buried long ago. Call it antiquated if you will, but it's the defense's prerogative to carry out a summation examination if it so chooses. Very well, Consul. In accordance with the letter of law, we shall proceed with a summation examination. Are members of the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Of course we're ready. I'm all too familiar with that Nipponese whippersnapper and whose refusal to throw in his alley. Very well then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You will each explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty. For the pity's sake, that little Nipponese oddity already admitted it himself, didn't he? If he said that a woman in green collapsed before his eyes, why, it can only have been the victim. The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop, not in winter. So the poor woman was attacked from behind, was she? How dreadful. I really don't care. Can't we just wrap this up now? I've got work to be doing. Your books. Yes, nice shop that. But bourbon books? Not worth the visit. With only minor exceptions, the reasons for finding the defendant guilty are all too clear. When the stabbing occurred, the only two people at the scene were the victim and the accused. The accused himself has admitted to seeing the victim in her green overcoat sink to the ground before his eyes. Furthermore, we have heard from the inspector that the defendant fled the scene. What I must say, I have ample grounds to convict this man already. You probably do, yes. Oh dear, even the judge appears convinced of Mr. Natsume's guilt now. Indeed. Oh, why did he have to run away like that? How are we supposed to believe in some phantom attacker that nobody could see? This is impossible. How can I possibly make a case for the defense? Mr. Naruhodo, there is no time for grumbling. If you want to force the trial to continue, yes, I know. I have to turn the tide. I have to just make the jurors change their minds. Well, 4 of them at least. Exactly. We have no choice but to forge forward. You have the floor, Consul. Begin your summation examination. Yes, my lord. I just need to keep this trial going somehow, whatever it takes. Come on, Ryunosuke, you can do it. Defense's rebuttal. Excuse me, but aren't you? Yes, that's right. I was in the witness stand myself just 2 days ago. Yes, I had a feeling on your face, or the side of it anyway. If I remember correctly, you're a banker, aren't you? That's right. After a gold rush down under, I came to London to work. And it was all going swimmingly until you started fossicking around. Bruce Fairplay was a man of repute.
Received. Class 2 access granted. Enjoy your stay.
Jade, thanks for giving a sub to Manny. Sorry? Don't think I've forgotten how you treated me the other day. You had me and that young hatter pegged as criminals. Oh well, you know, water under the bridge. Now there's all sorts of rumors buzzing around, and the police have been badgering me non-stop. If I could turn back the clock. Well, anyway, I don't know about the hatter, but at least I'm in the clear now. No? Oh wait, oh, you said ho. Wow, rude! Free to make up my own mind about who's guilty and who isn't. Ha, thank goodness. Alright, maybe I might struggle to change this man's mind, given our awkward history. Oh dear, wonder what's become of Mr. First now. You're right, at the time of the incident, the defendant admits to having seen someone wearing a green overcoat walking ahead of him. Well, quite, that's precisely my point. Clearly, that someone wearing green was the victim. Clearly, that funny little Nipponese man with a disturbing mustache is the culprit. But let us not forget, man, the defendant vehemently denies attacking the woman. Why, of course he does. If he admits to stabbing her, his life is over. The man is obviously a liver-faced coward, honestly, claiming the woman simply collapsed before his eyes. But if that's a lie, as you're suggesting, do you not think he would have concocted something more credible? Oh, really? I really couldn't say. After all, you are foreign. Who's to say what goes through your funny little minds? Excuse me? I can tell you what's going through my funny little mind right now, but you wouldn't like it. I do declare the man has already made the admission. He himself stated that there was nobody else around. Surely the conclusion is obvious. No one else could have possibly committed this awful crime. Ugh. If no one else could have done it, the accused must have been the man. Really, it couldn't be more simple. Your argument is compelling in its simplicity, I must admit. Oh my, you are too kind, my lord. That went well for her. But you can't deny there are other routes Mr. Natsume could have taken back from your books. Oh yes, like you drew on the map, you mean, what was it, Calabash Road or something? Precisely. But it seems to me that what accounts is whether the little Japanese fellow actually went that way or not. Well yes, that's true. And at the moment there's no proof that shows he did, is there? How do we prove this shit? Well, yes, that's true as well. As I understand it, the accused himself doesn't remember which way he went, does he? Well, yes, that's annoyingly true. Winter nights are dark and cold, so the way I see it, you want to get home as quickly as possible. Well, yes. Huh, why is this all true? So really, the only thing that makes sense is that he went home along Briar Road. Ugh, I'm supposed to be convincing you here. I've given it a lot of thought, you know. I didn't just make up my mind on a whim that he did it. I mean, if there was some logical reason why he might have gone the Calabash Road way, it'd be different. I'd be happy to reconsider my position in that case. Honest, I would. A reason why Soseki-san might have taken the longer way home. Yes, good reason. I don't imagine you'll be able to sway this young man's opinion with that one. Whatever is the matter, young man? You're the wife of Mr. Garrity, aren't you? The landlord rents Mr. Natsume's room. The master's wife. Where do you get your ideas, sir? I'm the maid. The maid, do you understand? She's keeping up that charade. Ugh, this is gonna be awkward. Why didn't you mention this yesterday? That you've been selected for the jury in this trial, I mean. Well, I was told not to mention it to anyone until the day of the trial, you see. It was in the letter I received. The instructions were very clear, so I'm afraid I had no choice. I see. Anyway, Mr. Natsume, the defendant, takes lodgings in your master's house, doesn't he? Yes, that's right. Although he's only been there a little over a week now. In that time, surely you must have taken stock of his character. Does Mr. Natsume look like the kind of man who would commit such a crime? Oh my goodness me, yes, he's just the sort. What? Spending all his time in that dark, dingy room, sporting that unscrupulous mustache. The man never speaks, and don't get me started on those shifty eyes. All the neighbors are talking about him. I heard them, you know. People think he must be building a bomb in there or something. Oh dear, poor Mr. Natsume. How could people say such things about him? He's just a harmless bookworm, nothing more. Well, you just called him a bookworm, so... I'd better be careful about inviting this maid to speak. She said enough damning things already. Man's life is on the line here, sir. This will take as long as it takes. Don't get clever with me now, son. My life's on the line too, and so's my family's. Ah. The likes of you wouldn't understand, but a laborer like me can't afford to take time off. If I don't work, I don't eat, and neither do the wife and kids. Oh, I see. That must be very... hard. I go to the union every morning to find out what needs doing. If you're late and the work's taken, it's tough. This time of the year, there's water and gas supply pipes bursting left, right, and center. They're after cheap labor to get the roads dug up to fix it. It's a hard slog from dawn till dusk it is. So you were out digging up the roads on the day of the incident as well, were you? That's right. In fact, if I remember rightly, it was just around the corner from where it all happened. By that old bookshop it was. What? Another coincidence? That's right, Meerschaum Street it was. Meerschaum Street? On the map, Mr. Naruhodo. There are only 3 names up the streets. Juror number 5, I need you to add that information to your formal statement, please. What's the point in that? Can't we just get this business over with now? Please, sir, it's important. Tisk. Fine, I'll do it then. So, if I understand correctly, you're a day laborer and you were doing road maintenance that day. That's right, like I said, you get a lot of burst gas and water pipes underground in the middle of winter. It's the only time of the year fellows like me actually make a few bob, and I'm missing out today. And when you say from dawn till dusk, well, the work has to be completed within the day. See, no coaches or pedestrians can pass while it's happening. I wonder if I could trouble you, sir, to mark on this street map the exact location of the works that you were carrying out. Give it here then, let me have a look. Right, let's see then. Here we are, Meerschaum Street. It was just like here. It was just here. Like, it was a tidy dig, I can tell you. We had to get through all the drifts of snow that had frozen solid. And what sort of time did you finish the work? Well, we started in the morning. We can't have finished before gone 6, I say. Snow has stopped coming down, but it was long past dark for sure. That means the road work was still going on when Mrs. Green was attacked at 5 o'clock. At around 5 o'clock. Road works on Meerschaum Street, huh? Those two statements are clearly at odds with one another. At odds, counsel. Explain yourself. Please, don't point. It wasn't me, I swear. What? I just want to get this done and dusted. Well, juror number 3? Oh, me, sir? What do you mean? Juror number 5's words just now are extremely significant. Let's take a moment to consider the implications of what's been said on our map of the local area. On the day in question, Miss Natsume visited the bookshop to purchase a number of second-hand books. And on the same day, we now know there were works being carried out on Meerschaum Street, making it impassable, which means the defendant's route home could not have taken him along Meerschaum Street down Briar Road. Oh yes, of course. Well, what do you think, sir? Well, yes, you can't argue with that, really, can you? We must have a good 2 yards or more of pavement up. Every gentleman and gentlewoman came along had to turn back and go the other way. So the other conclusion is this: the defendant must have taken the longer route back to his lodgings. Yes, I suppose he must have. I suppose that must be right, eh? Juror number 3, you said the following: the man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the shop, but we see now that he had no choice. Yeah, yes! My lord, Mr. Judge, sir, if I may. Yes? I don't think in all good conscience that I can say the man's guilty now. Yes, I'd like to see this trial continue so we can get to the bottom of what really happened. What about you, sir? Who, me? Well, alright then. If there's a hole in the prosecution's argument, it should be filled in. That's what I say. Well done, Mrs. Naruhodo. That was wonderful. Well, we've managed to change a couple of minds at least. It strengthens our position somewhat. Yes, and it will prompt the other members of the jury to reconsider their stance as well. They'll be asking themselves if their current leanings are really right or not. Now, if we could just identify one more clue or discrepancy that could make them stop doubting Mr. Natsume, we might be able to tip the balance completely. Yes, that's exactly what we've got to do. Van Zieks is looking to bring this trial to an early conclusion. That's what we have to prevent, by whatever means we have at our disposal. Thank you, counsel. On with the summation, please. I would say not guilty at this point, so I can see where the trial goes from here. How do I? Well, let me get some water and use the restroom real quick, as well as put away this dish. Or bowl, I mean. Hey, do I have the follow emote thing? When people follow you, you get emotes? Let me check. I don't know if I got it yet or not. I don't think I do, because on my emote section I don't see it. Well, I mean, I can't tell you how it works other than follow, because I don't think I have it. Yeah, it's still beta. Do you have it? Because I most certainly don't seem to have it. You do have it? Okay. Yeah, I don't have anything prompting me. Doesn't look like it. To be fair, I never get any of the beta access stuff. Or like, I shouldn't say never, but then like, I don't typically hit them. Sorry, fold it, you say? Fold what? No. What I said was hold it. I wanted to ask, well, what I wanted to ask you was, do you visit your books often? I like the old books they have in there, yes. I enjoy reading them over a nice cup of old tea. That's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day, including the day you're talking about. And at what time did you visit your books on the day in question? Well, I was picking up books in there all afternoon, and it would have been just before 5 that I left. That's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day, including the day you're talking about. Green overcoat. This thing. Just before 5, you say. Exactly when the victim was attacked. Are you sure about the time? Oh yes, no mistake there. I remember it well. I'm not about to forget the day in a hurry. Not after that dreadful time I had. What do you mean? Well, I was walking down Calabash Road when I slipped on the ice and donked my head. It was always worse after the snows stopped falling when it's most slippery. I knocked myself out, clean out, I did. I really thought I was up for a number. Wait a minute, let me get this straight. That happened on Calabash Road? That's right. I live in Cornpipe, you see. Heading down Calabash Road is the quickest way for me to get it back from your books. So that way. Juror number 6, I must insist that you add that information to your formal statement. It may very well be extremely significant. Sorry, extremely sick? No, I'm quite alright. You've changed 2 of jurors' minds in this night, though. Yes, just 2 more to go. Deliver the finishing blow now. It's time to turn the tables out here. I wish I knew how to do a Cicelo takedown. I suppose words will suffice for now. The 2 statements clearly show a flaw in the juror's reasoning. A flaw? What are you talking about, Counsel? Well, juror number 2, juror number 6. My, what do you mean, sir? Whatever do you mean, sir? Perhaps the old man didn't hear you. Unbelievably loud or something. I think perhaps the old man didn't hear you. Unbelievable. It's not like I was loud or anything. There is at least one fact of which we can be sure here. The bookshop receipt found in the defendant's room clearly indicates that on the day of the attack, he had been to York Books and purchased a number of second-hand titles. He then returned home on foot. But the man says he has no recollection of his return journey. That's correct. What he does remember is seeing someone appear in front of him on the way. Someone in a green overcoat who suddenly collapsed on the pavement before his eyes. Yes, we are all aware of this. Poor young woman who was stabbed, obviously. Incorrect. Can we really be sure of that, madam? My, whatever do you mean? I'm sure you heard juror number 6's account of what happened to him that day. That same afternoon, there was somebody else apart from the victim, who was wearing a green overcoat and who fell over on the icy streets in the neighborhood. Oh my. My goodness, you mean... That's right, I'm referring, of course, to hard of hearing juror number 6. Are you really suggesting that the person in the green overcoat from the defendant, whom the defendant saw collapse in front of his eyes, was a jolly old man on the end of the bench here with me today? That is entirely possible, yes. After all, the old man has somewhat a similar build to the victim. Well, look at that. My goodness me. Sorry, you need a pee? And crucially, we know precisely where the old man in green overcoat fell. On Calabash Road. Therefore, if the person who Mr. Natsume saw collapsing in front of him was in fact juror number 6, it means the defendant must have taken the long route back to his lodgings. You know, my city's getting a Wendy's. I'm pumped. Really? I'm kind of whatever about it, mostly because I've just gone to places that have had Wendy's anyway, so even if I didn't have one, it wouldn't have mattered. But there is a Wendy's near me, and not that I have it that often anyway. And if that's true, then clearly the crime scene on Briar Road where the woman was stabbed was not on his way home. Oh my. You idiot old man, if you hadn't been so daft as to be roaming around about there, we'd have boxes off hours ago. And really, what were you thinking, wearing such a befuddling overcoat? What did you say to me? Is it a crime for an elderly to walk the street these days? Is it a crime to slip over on ice? Is it a crime to keep up with the latest styles and wear a beautiful green overcoat, is it? I don't have to go and drive for 20 minutes anymore. It's 3 minutes away. Ah. My lord, I do hope it won't cause any inconvenience, but I've only eaten at Wendy's once. You're not missing much, to be honest. But you'd like to change your leaning, I presume. I do declare that I would. I should like to call for a verdict of not guilty. Thank you. And I would too. What? Is it a crime to change your mind, is it? Well, no, it's not. the scales. They made one near and it's 20 and 30 minutes. Oh. And it's because the closest one before was like 40 minutes. Then they made one near and it's like 20, 30 minutes. Now it's only 3 minutes. Not that you would go eat it that often still anyway, right? Unless you would. Well, this Mason examination has concluded with a rather large shift in opinion. The eyes 2's, the nose 4. So the nose have it not guilty, they say. Which means we no longer have consensus among the members of the jury. The trial will continue. Could it seem churlish of me to drink from my hollow chalice moments after raising an objection? Is their breakfast better than McDonald's? The breakfast is alright. I don't know if it's better. Like McDonald's breakfast is alright too. It's like if I had to compare, like, okay, it's probably like their breakfast is probably better than some of the others, but then it's like I don't know if it's still fast food at the end of the day, you know. Only to question, discuss, and pray. Forgive the discourtesy. Lord Van Zeeks. Seems I must retract my earlier remark. What do you mean? I mistakenly credited these 4 jurors with intelligence by describing them as insightful. Yet we have just witnessed them falling for a cheap trick performed by an Eastern entertainer. Eh? Like, try it for yourself and be of the opinion. That's what I say. Whatever do you mean? I haven't tricked anyone. Everything I said is the truth. Indeed. Stalwart juror number 5 was undoubtedly repairing the road as he claims. You're right. Yeah. And plus, like, you remember, everybody's taste is different, you know? So it's like, you might like something more than another. I believe you said it was a good 2 yards of the pavement, which you had excavated, sir. That's right, it took me a whole day and they paid me a measly 2pence for it. Now, my learned Nipponese friend, tell me, do you have any notion of the distance that 2 yards represents? Well, if I'm honest, I don't have a clue, no. 2 yards is a little less than 2 meters. Less than 2 meters, that's not much at all. In other words, a distance readily vaulted by anyone of moderate vigor. Would you not agree, my stalwart friend? Me? Can't say you're wrong, no. What? And did you perchance erect a sign to prevent pedestrians from passing the site of your works? I wouldn't dream of it. What a waste of time. No coaches would have had a hope of passing anyway. We just turn any gentlefolk back when they come. Kids just jump over us all the time. The accused is no gentleman as far as I can see. I have little doubt, however, that he would spring over a 2-yard trench in his meanderings around town. Ah. Is that true, is it? The incontrovertible truth is that the books just purchased by the accused were found at the scene. There can be no doubt that on his way back to his lodgings, Miss Natsume walked down Briar Road. True, I've seen those food reviewers saying stuff I don't like being good as fuck. I don't know if they're getting paid to say that though. But I mean, no. See, there are times where the food is probably good, but you just don't like it. Because remember, we also know that you have strange tastes sometimes. Crushed in a single sentence. And old man, cold man, you can talk. You say that at around 5 o'clock on the day in question, you slipped and fell on Calabash Road. Pray, was there a suspicious-looking Nipponese behind you at the time? Oh, I can't say I remember. As I remember. You don't remember? How about a wager, my learned friend? You say it was this old man that the accused saw, but I would say I would lay 1,000 to 1 against you being able to prove it. No, you. Ordar! Lord Van Zeeks, explain yourself. My lord, if you had such a trenchant argument up your sleeve, why in the world did you not pro-offer it during the summation examination? I wanted to give the young foreign student a sightseeing experience he no doubt came for. I wanted him to see for himself how the opinion of the jury is so readily swayed. But my hospitality has reached its limits. They have been reached, I feel. So my learned friend, today's sightseeing tour of London is now over. What are you talking about? My lord. The prosecution requests permission to call its next witness to the stand. Granted. Bailiff, bring forth the witness. Its next witness? Mrs. Naruhodo, do you not remember? We've been told on several occasions there were eyewitnesses to the incident. Yes, I remember. One of them being Scotland Yard policeman, no less. I'm afraid that it's likely to be the prosecution's next witness. Alright, no matter who Van Zieks brings to stand as his witnesses, no matter what they say, I believe in Soseki-san. I know he's innocent. I'll keep believing to the very end, until this battle's over. What game are you gonna play for the points stuff? I don't know yet. But you guys gotta get there first. You guys are only 14,000 in. Witnesses, please state your names and occupations for the court. Granted, I gotta stream more, but, you know. I was busy all last week, so I couldn't stream. I'll try to stream more this week, though. It's whatever I'm playing, and you guys will choose an action. I'll probably choose a game that I haven't started yet. Likelihood. Just for that reason. I don't know. I'll see. I'll figure it out. If anything, I'll gather a list of games and for the choosing. Play Demon Souls? No, I'm unfortunately not going to choose Demon Souls for that one because I don't want to waste items. And stuff. We'll see. Maybe. I don't know. I'll see what games I want. If I decide I want to include Demon Souls in it, I'll include it in a list and people can vote. And that'll be the game we play for whatever day I decide after that. But let's complete the challenge first. And you need to put points on it now, huh? Fall Guys, that can happen, yeah. Constable, Roller Beat, but then we'll see. I have to like pick a list of games and see what happens. Constable Roller Beat, saw. Nothing to report on the street, saw. And I'm Mrs. Beats. Patricia's my name. I'm proud to say that I'm this young town hero's wife. What's the story here? I have. Ignore that emo. You mean ignore the Jaden High one? Yeah. I'm waiting until I get 2K, then donate. Wish I can transfer points. Got a lot in Exia and Red streams. That's because you don't come by my streams. Too often. Even when I am streaming. Well, in truth, we've not been married long. I'm saving so I can be a VIP in Exia stream. In fact, we celebrated our first anniversary together only the other day. No, it was your husband I was asking about. He seems tired. You don't stream. I didn't stream in the last week, but I do stream still. Oh yeah, I need to put actual... Hold on. The command for the community challenge. And when you do, I'm watching or talking to another, and it feels weird just dipping when you're like talking, I guess, to the streamer. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, don't you already do that all the time? No, it was your husband I was asking about. He seems tired. Hardly surprising. Whilst being an honorable occupation, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world. Oh, really? I've actually heard that before. I'm sure I've heard that before, actually. Indeed. Apart from the rare days off, our gallant officers trudge some 20 miles a day, you know. Is that what it said? Yeah. They patrol boarding houses and pubs, collect taxes, survey the streets, check the meters are reading true. And they're responsible for keeping the streets clean and light, lighting and extinguishing our street lights. No? What do you mean no? You do it all the time. There are a number of items on the list that don't sound like much policing duties at all. I wouldn't just be falling asleep on my feet, I'd have collapsed long ago. But it goes without saying that a policeman's primary duty is the apprehension of criminals. Even when he's off duty, a constable is expected to investigate and solve any crimes on his beat. For London, Bobby is a man of honor. And a man of slumber. On the day in question, this man and his wife were walking down Briar Road in the opposite direction. They witnessed the incident as it occurred. Is that not correct, Mr. and Mrs. B? That's right, sir. I had to take out my phone. Kid-Ash, my phone. Why? I talked to Exia. Ha! Wait, why can't you just use your computer and type in both? Oh, that's fair. You see my sacrifice? Wait, but you're using a laptop, aren't you? Can't you just type in both? And you have a monitor. Can't you just plug the laptop into the monitor and then, a TV, and then just go like that? I don't know. That's up to you. That's right, sir. Isn't it, Rolly? Constable Rolly beat. Sa. Nothing reported on the street. Sa. What a great witness he's going to be. Because my laptop's loading is slow and I don't want to turn it on. I'm using my iPad for you and my phone for Exia. Okay. That's fair. Very good. I'd like to hear your formal testimonies now, please. You will tell the court exactly what you saw on the afternoon of the incident. Yes, sir. You get the bigger screen, see? It's true. I do. Thank you. It was our wedding anniversary and Rolly was taking me out for a meal. There was no time to change after work. Anyways, the two silhouettes appeared out of the fog on the pavement in front of us. All of a sudden, one of them just collapsed on the floor and then the others scattered something before running. We ran straight over, of course, then went for help at the nearby police box. It was definitely the Japanese man in the dock. Rolly and I both saw him clear as day. Well, this is extremely compelling testimony, I must say. Oh dear, this policeman and his wife are claiming to have positively identified Mr. Natsume at the scene. If their testimonies is true, the alternative course of events that you established in the summation examination will be quashed. It's death knell, in fact. Because that alternative was never viable in the first place. What an unfortunate chancing. And on your wedding anniversary, too. Oh, I know. But I still managed to go out for the evening with my man. I thank the Lord for that. Gosh, the life of a London Bobby sounds very hard indeed. Indeed, however, this cross-examination will be over in minutes. You may well have time to rest this afternoon. What do you mean by that? My learned friend, the witnesses saw the face of the man fleeing the scene. They are testifying under oath that it was without a doubt the accused Mr. Soseki Natsume. And one of these witnesses is a policeman, no less. So you appreciate the gravity of the situation, I'm sure. Except that man's so tired his wife has to do all the talking. Enough preamble. Counsel for the defense commence the cross-examination, please. Two silhouettes? That's right, they were coming towards us, walking up Briar Road in the opposite direction. It was a rather plump figure followed by a scrawny, thin-looking man. That does sound exactly like Victim as pictured in this print, like Mr. Natsume. Yes, unfortunately it does. And you're certain that at that time there was nobody else nearby? It's quite certain. It was dark, but there are streetlights on Briar, you see. There was nobody else around at all. Isn't that right, my darling? Yes, that's right, of course. There was a light fog on the ground. The Briar is dead straight. You can see a fairly long way down the pavement. And then there's street lighting as well. I didn't see any other pedestrians. Before sleep takes a firm hold, your answer, please, Mr. Beat. Are you sure of what you just said? Yes, sir. As a copper who spends all day, every day, keeping watch on the streets, I swear to it, sir. I'm as sure as my love for Patricia is true. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly. Great. They're still maintaining there was no one else other than the victim and the attacker. It's starting to seem like that must be how it really happened. It's beginning to seem like there's nowhere to run. Well, that didn't stop Mr. Natsume, did it? He fled the scene all too convincingly. Thank you. I believe we have a reasonably clear idea of the situation just before the incident. What happened in the crucial moments that followed? Scattered something. What do you mean by that? Well, I couldn't quite make out what it was at the time, but when we got closer, we realized what it was. Didn't we, darling? What? Yes, that's right. It was some old books. I see old books. Yes, sir. The culprit dropped a number of them all around the victim where the victim lay on the pavement. Indeed, as clearly as this photographic print. As clearly pictured in this photographic print. That rotten Japanese man did something that when he did the deed. Let's not forget, it remains to be established that the defendant was indeed the attacker. But we saw him. It was a man in the dock without question, saw. The mustache, the hunchback, cat-like eyes, the top mouth, the snub nose, everything. Any more insults you want to throw in? That's right, he looked down at that poor defenseless woman with those terrifyingly intense eyes and then suddenly threw his books on the pavement and ran away. I see. This is tough. They seem as though they're telling the truth here, which is also matching what he said because he dropped the books and ran. May I remind the court that this unambiguous testimony comes from a policeman and his wife? Now, please continue. Yes, sir! Was it your husband who went to fetch for help? No, I went. I may not be a police officer myself, but I'm a proud wife of one after all. Isn't that right, my darling? Well, yes, that's right. I asked Mrs. Beat to go. I was off duty by that point, but Bobby's never truly off duty, of course, so I felt obligated to stay and guard the scene. Very laudable, Mr. Beat. Preserving the scene of the crime is a task of considerable importance. That's why I sent Patricia, you see. I told her where to find the right police box. Forgive my ignorance, but what do you mean exactly by the right police box? Depends on the crime's location, you see, as to who deals with it. Where the woman was stabbed wasn't actually on my beat, so I told Patricia the way to go to the police box for the beat. The incident fell under so she could go and report it. I ran there as quickly as I could and asked for help from the Bobby on duty. There's nothing more potent than a young couple in love working together, you know. Thanks to your swift response, the case was quickly resolved. The actions of 2 model citizens. Oh please, you're making us blush, isn't he, darling? It's what Patricia said, Let's move on, shall we? Surely you wouldn't have been able to see his face by the light of the street lamps, would you? We absolutely could. Us Londoners have exceptional eyesight, I'll have you know. Right. The light from the street lamps was more than enough. My husband already told you the fog was the only light, didn't he? Ah, yes. And what of the fog? We're famous for it across the globe, I believe. But it's an absolute menace to those of us who have to live with it, of course. Oh, it is. When it's thick, you can't even see the hand at the end of your own arm. Yes, alright, I take your point now. Could you stop shaking your husband about? The constant fog makes our eyes very sharp, you see. That's why we could tell you for sure and certain that it was the little Japanese man we saw. Can't we, darling? What? Ah, yes. It was the accused, no mistake about it. The mustache, the hunchback, the cat-like eyes, the tout mouth, the snob nose, unmistakable saw. As far as this couple's testimony is concerned, there can't be any question. It was Soseki-san they saw running away from the scene of the crime. Damn it! So is that it? That's their entire testimony? I'll be right back. I'm gonna use the restroom and get some more water. Alright, I'm back. Jade, when are you next streaming anyway? Oh, God, my back hurts. Ugh. So that's it, is it? That's her entire testimony? What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, I hate to admit it, but on hearing the testimony, it really does seem as though Mr. and Mrs. Beat saw what they saw. Miss Natsume was running away from the scene on Briar Road that day. Why did he ask me, dumbass, run away like that? When am I gonna stream? Yeah, next. I know, like, you streamed over the weekend and on other days, but I wasn't, like, able to come watch because I wasn't available, I think. Yes, I feel the same. So that's true. Where does it leave us? The members of the jury sure are to call. The members of the jury are sure to call for a guilty verdict after this testimony. Oh no, then what do we do? If Cosmo-san were here, what are you trying to say? I think he would try to find a contradiction somewhere within their testimony. What do you mean somewhere else? Their statement about seeing Mr. Natsume is unequivocal. Calling that into question won't help. But if you could identify some other part of their testimony that appears to contradict the facts, you might be able to discredit them to make the jury doubt if the pair's memory of that day is accurate. I want to do one today, but I don't know if I should. But yeah, mostly on weekends, cause I get home at like 7, then I shower and eat. That's like 8. Yeah, I know what you mean, and you're tired. So I'm like, so usually I'm like, nah, I shouldn't stream. Exactly, you're tired, and then you're just like, fuck, you know, you need to get to work the next day again. Oh, you sleep pretty early. I sleep a little later than used to. I sleep at like 12 to 1. Mostly because a lot of times I want to be able to do some things and stuff. And I can't sleep too early sometimes because I'll wake up way too fucking early. Oh, right. Put simply, we must focus on finding a discrepancy in these statements somewhere. If we don't, I'm afraid the trial may reach an early and unfavorable conclusion. Ugh. Why do I always seem to be so up against it? It's because I wake up at 6. I also wake up at 6. Sometimes earlier. If I need to go get coffee for myself and my coworker, or I guess I should say, technically she's not my coworker because I work. It's like one building with different companies there, but she's like a friend from work. Then it's like, you know, I gotta get up earlier. So, see, because my job's like 30 or 40 minutes away, then I prep lunch and stuff. Yeah, why don't you prep lunch like the night before? That's what I usually do if I'm making lunch. Prep it before and pack it. Like, or like, what it is just prep it before, put it in the fridge, and then like have it so that you can pack away in the morning, to get out of the fridge and pack away in the morning and then just go, you know? Like when you're ready, you just grab it. Oh, shit. What else is there? I do usually. Oh. Okay. Fuck. Am I really locked in a awkward situation trying to? God. Go ahead and change after work, you say. Are you also a member of the police, Mrs. Beat? Oh no, sadly not. It's a job for strapping young men only. Women and children and elderly can't even apply. Well, I think you can probably see why children and the elderly can't do the job, can't you? I think Rolly looks ever so handsome in his uniform. It suits you down the ground, doesn't it, darling? But sometimes I don't. Ah, okay. Why? Yeah, I just finished my beat. Pat and I were heading to the station. I was actually planning on getting changed there. Station? What the fuck is a station? Is he talking in his sleep? This is creepy. Oh no, Rolly, I much prefer you in uniform. Sometimes I don't even recognize you when I see you in plain clothes. Oh dear, that doesn't seem healthy. Kindly adhere to a point. You were going for a meal after you finished your beat for the day, correct? As I saw, yes, although I was fit to drop, to be honest. After spending the whole day on my feet. But police things in my life suck. As long as I'm the proud owner of this, I'll serve my city and my queen to the end. What's that now? My warrant card, sir. Proof I'm a London copper. It has the noble founding principles of the force written on it, as a reminder to all us policemen of our sworn duty to patrol the streets of London town, uphold the peace of the common man. Sir, and for such a noble cause, I cover 20 miles every single day without fail and without a grumble. Because I know that the prodding of my boots is all Londoners need to hear to feel safe and secure. So fighting crime doesn't appear to come into it then. But just on that particular day, I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Mrs. Beat put up with a lot being married to a Bobby like me. I wanted to show my dear wife how much I care. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly. Oh, fucking God. Oh, what a charming couple. Only because they've done it so many times, I'm just like, oh, fucking. Your love is young. The young love is such a joy to behold. If a little over the top, perhaps. Well, and then kindly describe what happened next. Oh, Mr. Lawyer, sir, can I ask you something? Oh, yes, of course, what is it? Well, you keep asking us all these questions about everything we've told you, so... It seems like you don't believe our testimony. Is that right? Is it? Well, out with it. What? No. Oh no, it's really not that at all. My husband's released me, remember? And I know what I saw. I remember every last detail, everything. Like, oh, I know, what about the books the man dropped? I can tell you the names of every single one. I could. Every single one. Do it. And you dare to question how reliable my testimony is? Do it then! Picture of Monsieur Coke, a meal for Gabrielle, Canterbury Yearnings. Hey, the Great Slick, welcome to the stream. What system is this on? The Switch. I didn't get the PS4 version because I was digital only and I like my physical copies. So I bought it on the Switch. That will do, Mrs. B. No, it won't at all. Do at all. The Japanese lawyer has no idea what I'm capable of. Even if I decide to forgive him for insulting us, don't think for a minute that Rolly will. I really didn't mean to cause offense. Please put down your husband's fists. Please put your husband's fists down. Perhaps you would like the opportunity to supplement your testimony, Mrs. B. Might that appease you? Oh, Jesus. Oh, thank you, my lord. That would settle things nicely. Wouldn't it, Erling? Yes, I would like to... Wait, 4. We know that there were books dropped at the scene of the crime, as you say. Those purchased by the accused at the nearby second-hand bookshop on the day in question. Is this game fun? For me it is. Because I've always been a fan of the Ace Attorney series since you know, when it was on a 3DS, no, not 3DS, since it was on a DS back in like 2006. And it was really, and before that it was Game Boy Advance games. So I'd always been a fan of it, but like I know it's not for everyone. It's definitely more like for people that like the kind of mixture between text-based detective games, as well as with a mix of spin of like, you know, drama, anime shenanigans, as well as, you know, doing lawyer stuff in video game form. Obviously not completely true to form of what a lawyer would do, but you know, the game is fun. I like it, and this like story is pretty compelling usually, like learning of each one. There's, although like this is the first game in the Great Ace Attorney game, so there's definitely probably like more lores that carries over between characters later. Like part of the thing is there are always little lores that carry over and piece together like a puzzle almost, between like 4 or 5 cases typically. After I've been to the police box for help, and this like also kind of just like makes you use your critical thinking a lot, and that's also very appealing. Well, I decided, or sometimes just attention to detail too. Well, I decided to have a good look over the area for a good measure. I am a proud policeman's wife after all. I did it for Rolly. And what was your husband doing at the time? Well, he was lying face down in the snow, getting some well-deserved rest. He works ever so hard, you know? Ever so hard, don't you, my darling? Like, for example, in this statement, I'm gonna have to go back to it and present, but like, she mentioned 4 books, there was only 3 on the floor. In the picture. Yeah. Interesting way of guarding the scene of the crime. Well, Mrs. Beat, seeing as you regaled the court with details of those of your powers of recollection, would you be so kind as to recount the titles of the books you observed at the scene? Yes, I'd be happy to. Now, are you all listening? There was a picture of Monsieur somebody or other, and what's it, yearnings? I'd let you... And there was a meal for someone, and the last thing was the Dingamee's something. You see? Yes, I see there are 1 or 2 holes in your memory. Well, those are along the lines, I'm quite sure. Those are indeed books found at a scene with titles along the lines, as you put it. Well, what did I tell you? I think it's very mean the way you're implying that my testimony can't be trusted. Your testimony can't be trusted because it's only 3 books. The fuck? Don't you agree, darling? It's definitely also a lot of reading. Anyone who upsets my Patricia will have to answer to me, with me to answer to. Jesus Christ, he also suddenly got angry. And then he fell back asleep again. Terrifying. Yes, she really is. So is that it? That's her entire testimony? What do you think, Mr. Naruto? Well, I hate to admit it, but on hearing testimony, it really does seem as though Mr. and Mrs. B saw what they saw. And Mr. Natsume running away from the scene of the Briar Road on that day. Yes, I feel the same. So if that's true, where does it leave us? The members of the jury are sure to call for a guilty verdict after this testimony. Then what do we... Oh no, then what do we do? If Cosmo-san were here, what are you trying to say? I think he would try to find a contradiction somewhere. Yep, we already found the contradiction. I already read this shit. Alright, let's keep going. So you're saying that there were 4 books? That's right, I remember all of them. The picture of Monsieur somebody, what's it, yearnings, a meal for someone, and the Thingumi's something. Sorry, Mrs. Beat. But there is a fundamental flaw in that statement of yours. Have you played, Great Slick, have you ever played Professor Layton games? Oh no, what flaw? Simply that, at the scene of the crime, there were only 3 books, not 4. What? This is a receipt from the bookshop where the defendant bought his books. Your books. Yes, and it details Mr. Natsume's purchases that day. But as you can see, only 3 books are listed. Only 3, but no, that can't be. I remember seeing them. There were 4 books, I tell you. 4 dirty old books. Oh really? Have a good look at the photographic print of the scene of the crime. As you can clearly see from this evidence as well, there were only 3 books. But I just don't believe it. I saw them there, I swear it, I saw them. No, madam, I'm afraid your powers of observation cannot be relied upon. Good. So it cannot be denied that though you say it was the defendant you saw, you can very well be mistaken. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, no! It is plainly evident that it was your powers of deduction that cannot be relied upon, my learned Nipponese friend. What? What cannot be denied is that these 2 witnesses saw the accused running from the scene. A fact that you know very well you have no hope of disproving. Ah! So you've striven to avert attention from that by dint of some inconsequential discrepancies. Inconsequential? No. Would that be fair? Ugh, he sees right through me. That's not exactly true because that's actually important that she said 4 and there was 3, so there's 1 missing book. That means the crime scene was altered, but your plan has somewhat recoiled against you. What are you talking about? It's quite simple. Let me explain what a toast. To the policeman's wife and her entirely accurate testimony in every aspect. Huh. What did you do, Vanseeks? You see, the matter is not up for debate. At the scene on Briar Road, a total of 4 books were most definitely found. But, what about the photographic print? It only shows 3. Quite right, only 3 books can be seen in that print. That print, you mean to say? This man's gonna start a fire again. Allow me to present another one that shows the victim's hand. Lion's Pride. I don't believe it. It's the 4th book. As you will observe, the 4th book was hidden from view in the original print by the victim's torso. No! No! Ordar! There, you see? Look at that! Look! Yes. It's just like I said, isn't it, my darling? Yes, sir! Patricia's always right, sir! Let us study the receipt for the books purchased by the accused on the day in question. Mrs. Beat, the titles once again, if you please. Yes, of course. The picture of Monsieur somebody or other. The picture of Monsieur Liqueur. What's it, yearnings? Canterbury yearnings. A meal for someone. Meal for Gaboriel, in fact. As the court just heard, the witness remembers the book titles flawlessly save for a few minor details. Mrs. Beat's powers of recollection can only be described as exceptional. Did you hear that, Rolly? The gentleman paid me a compliment. Yes, sir, flawless, sir. Patricia's flawless, sir. But there are only 3 books on the receipt, and Mrs. Beat mentioned 4. There's nothing surprising about that. Clearly, the 4th book is which shown in this photographic print. I'm sorry, Constable, but does that not seem odd? Why should the 4th book be omitted from the receipt? It's not odd at all, my lord. The Photography clearly shows the fourth book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, it belongs to the victim. The victim was holding her own book. I wonder what became of that fourth book. Obviously, it wasn't overlooked at the investigating officers at Scotland Yard. I have it here as evidence. You will submit that and the aforementioned photographic print to the court, please, counsel. My pleasure, my lord. Second crime scene photo, Jesus. I hate when we don't get these right away sometimes. Prosecution rests. I have nothing further to add. Oh. Lion's Pride. Wait, just a fucking... Oh, look at this. The book's been badly burnt. You're right. You'd never be able to read it in this state. Especially not the latter pages. What a terrible waste. Judging from the scorched edges of the paper, I think the damage occurred recently. A book recently damaged by fire. Why does that raise a red flag with me? Because, you know, a certain someone that's on the juror has a husband who also had a house fire. Let me see. Book, and also the fact that coincidentally the book is titled The Lion's Pride. Let me see. It's a book titled The Lion's Pride. I'm afraid I don't know any English literature at all, so it wouldn't be something I've heard. Wait a minute. The Lion's Pride? That's strange. I think I've heard of a book by that name before. Very recently, too. It's a title I recognize, too, Mr. Naruhodo. What? Oh, there's things better to add. You seem surprised, my learned friend. But your resistance until now has been in vain. Entertaining, yes, but futile. The spurious longer route to the accused lodgings that you tried to establish in your summation examination, and the attempted discrediting of the witness's powers of recollection in your own cross-examination. Well, be right back. I'm gonna use the restroom. Futile. I walked right into it, didn't I? You see, everything we said is true. Isn't that right, my darling? Yes, Pat. Marry me, Pat. You're already married. So perhaps the ladies and gentlemen of the jury would like to reconsider the positions. Should the court waste any more time on this Nipponese travesty? Or is the decision you have to make all too apparent already? You have heard all the witnesses and seen all of the evidence. This trial has run its course. Mr. Naruhodo, I'm afraid we are in a terribly precarious position. We really are. I know, but if I fight back in the wrong way now, I could very well just make matters worse. Think, Uranosu, think. What do you do now? I'm not done yet. No, my learned friend, it's over. The last cause examination was your final chance to establish a credible defense and you failed. The die has been cast. There's no more room for debate. Well, it might be over as far as you're concerned, but... can't think of what to say. If I may, Lord Van Zieks, it seems somewhat boorish to close down debate at this point. Your insignificant little Eastern Isle must be a lawless hole indeed. For a lowly judicial assistant to have the audacity to intervene at a moment like this. Oh. I am, to my shame, still a very inexperienced lawyer. So you have to forgive me, but I consider my assistant's advice essential and her opinions invaluable. Mr. Naruhodo. One of this land's great guiding principles is tolerance, so the court will hear you, madam. Go ahead, Mr. Sato, please. Huh. Very well. Pray. What insight can you give us? What have we all overlooked in this matter that you see fit to pursue? Well, the court has been presented with new evidence, but only after the last cross-examination finished. I see. And you believe that the new evidence warrants further examination, do you? Mr. Naruhodo, what do you think? It's just possible that new evidence might be the decisive proof we've been waiting for. The judge is sure to ask the members of the jury to announce their leanings in a moment. And of course, he's sure to ask you to explain what the crucial piece of evidence is and why. We must take this opportunity to examine new evidence presented as thoroughly as possible. Yes, I understand. Thank you, Mr. Sato. Did it already get amended? This is it. Sato-san has managed to win us one last chance here. Can't let it go to waste. The defense wishes to present evidence, my lord. Very well. The defense may present one further piece of evidence. Evidence that apparently offers profound insight into this case that has been hitherto been overlooked. The evidence in question is what we can see from the newly presented photographic print of the crime scene. The fourth book found in the victim's hand. We have already discussed the fourth book at length. Other than it being in the victim's grasp at the time of the incident, there's no significance attached to it. Pursuing the matter further would be a flagrant waste of the court's time as well, as you well know. Yes, I'm afraid, counsel, I must concur with the prosecution on this matter. When I afforded you this opportunity, you led the court to believe the evidence in question contained a thereto undiscovered clue. So I must insist that you elaborate, counsel. You will identify this clue at once. Do I make myself clear? Yes, my lord. This is not a holdup. I believe the prosecution is trying to avoid a thorough examination of the evidence, which means you may very well be on the right track. Yes, I think you may be right. So, counsel, precisely where is the vital clue in this case to which this fourth book conceals? I would ask the court to observe the back of the book in question. The back? What do you... Good gracious! It's been burnt to a crisp! So we have to ask ourselves, why was the victim clutching what is clearly an unreadable book? It is undeniably an extremely unnatural thing for her to have been doing. Unnatural, you say? And what of it, my Nipponi's friend? Oh? Were I to concede the point, if it bears no relation to the case, there is nothing to discuss. So, should you wish to assert that this fire damage is some veiled clue as to what happened that day? Pray do enlighten us all. What truth does the charred book hide? Charred book. There's just one possibility here, which I can't bring myself to rule out. It's an outside chance, certainly, but worth a try. Alright, I'll explain my theory. Don't keep us waiting any longer, then, Council. Explain this theory first. What are you suggesting that you can ascertain from the fire damage this sorry Toma suffered? The shop sold it. Its content, its owner. My lord, the burn on the back of this book reveals a startling truth about the book's owner. I beg your pardon? But we already know who the book belongs to. The victim gripping it in her hand as she fell to the floor. After all, it's obviously hers. The question of how this book came to be in the victim's hands is yet to be answered. However, as to the question of who the book really belongs to, where it originated, the defense has very credible answers. Good gracious, how can you possibly? Very well, I'll play along with this futile attempt to delay your inevitable demise. But do remember, the members of the jury may well burn you if your little gamble goes haywire. Counsel, the defense's response here is likely to influence the final outcome of this trial. So tell the court, who do you claim is the owner of this burnt book? The answer is that the book belongs to the couple who own the house where the defendant has his lodgings. A certain Mr. and Mrs. Gerdib. The landlords? And whether this is some extraordinary coincidence or some kind of fate at work, I don't know. But of all the people in London, one of the 6 chosen for jury in this room today is none other than Mrs. Gerdib herself. Oh my goodness, me? I think you must be mistaken, sir. I'm not Mr. Gerdib's wife. I'm his maid. Things would be so much easier if you would just drop the pretense. Alright, then how about a simple question for you? Have you ever seen this book in Mr. Gerdib's house? I would never presume to know all the books he keeps, sir. This is outlandish behavior. This woman is the accused's landlady, you say? You implicate this hardworking member of the public. You besmirch her without a shred of evidence. Your actions are unforgivable. This is not mere conjecture. The defense happens to know that on the day in question, at almost exactly the same time as the victim was stabbed on the pavement below, another incident was taking place in the room on the top floor of Mr. and Mrs. Gerdib's house. Good lord, what sort of incident, Counsel? A fire, my lord. Afraid to say it happened in a blink of an eye, you know. The whole place filled with smoke, couldn't see a bally thing. Didn't take long for the fire to spread, of course. The bally furniture started going up as well. Worst of it is I lost my favorite, the book called The Lion's Pride. The Lion's Pride? By Jove, the very same title that's the subject of this debate. Oh dear me. This is reasonable. All you've told the court is that a book by the same name was involved in a fire, in which case it would be reasonable to assume that it was burnt to ashes. And entirely unreasonable to infer that it magically removed itself to the scene of the crime. Perhaps it would make more sense if I told you that the cause of the fire was marital discord. Without going into details, it appears that Mrs. Gerdib was considerably enraged. Apparently she continued to attack Mr. Gerdib even amid the flames. Oh, how awful. I can't even imagine being so horrid to the one you love, can you, Rolly? Absolutely not, sir. My Patricia would never raise a finger against me, sir. Had all my favorite novels in that old novels in that case, but as soon as the fire got a hold of them, that was it. Whoosh, up in smoke. Then wife started hurling things at me. Though I was back up against the window under heavy enemy fire, incendiary books coming 10 to a dozen. 10 to a dozen. That man had his back up against the window and he had burning books thrown at him? Goodness gracious, are you suggesting that the book was thrown through the window and landed coincidentally at the scene of the crime? Yup. No, a thorough investigation of the surrounding area was conducted the very evening of the incident. There's no report of the Gyarados' window pane being broken. That's quite true. We saw no sign of broken glass when we visited the Gyarados household. But is it not conceivable that the window was open at the time, and not even remotely? Let us not forget the season and chilling weather that accompanies it. No Londoner would ever leave a window open in the middle of the winter. Yes, they would if there's smoke going around. Does the defense postulate the scenario in all seriousness, counsel? Do you earnestly claim the book found at the scene was a flaming projectile thrown by Mr. Gyarados' wife? I believe it's a possibility, my lord. That's quite enough. Well, I hope that everyone can see you for what you are now, you little foreign trickster. You call yourself a lawyer, but you're just a coward, a mean coward. Really. Claiming that our little tiff set the whole neighborhood alight, honestly. Implying that I'm merely posing as a maid for appearance's sake. How could you? It's nothing to do with this beastly case, not any of it. All you've done is sully our family's name. No, I assure you that was never my intention. Dragging an upstanding citizen's name through the mud to simply divert attention from your failing defense. I should box your ears, that's what I should do. It's utterly unforgivable. Too right. Here we go. How long have we sat now listening to this Nipponese spouting his fancy foreign theories? But think about it. But at the end of the day, the only person who could have possibly stabbed the victim is that little hunchback with the mustache, and he ran away from the scene too. I do declare you're right. It's true. Yes. What did I tell you? Makes sense to me. Sorry, what's that? Well, it will appear that the ladies and gentlemen of the jury are once again in full agreement. What is your position, Lord Van Zieks? In truth, my lord, I feel these have been unnecessarily protracted proceedings. But then one must always exercise patience in order to savor the best vintage. No, wait. The mystery of the fourth book still hasn't been... God, he put his foot up again. If books are your predilection, my lord and friends, study them on your own time. What? No, forgive the discourtesy this time? In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will now state your individual decision regarding the defendant's culpability for the court to hear. Guilty. 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 Summation one more time. Let's go. Thank you for that unambiguous response. That's twice now. It's over. Mr. Naruhodo, don't give up. Mr. Sato, have you forgotten the battle isn't over yet? You're not suggesting, of course. Defense has the right to another summation examination at this point. You're still convinced the jurors to change their mind. You have one more chance. My lord, the defense asks to exercise its right to summation examination. You believe you still have tricks up your sleeve? I don't intend to trick anybody. I intend to uncover the truth. This is no time to be downcast. As long as there's a chance, I have to stay strong and determined. Jesus. Let's begin the summation. Oh shit. This poor dude is still falling asleep right here. I've considered the defense counsel request for a further summation examination of the jury, and I have determined that the court must uphold the defense's judicial right to this procedure. So, counsel, you will now proceed with your second summation examination. I presume the jury is ready. Mr. Foreman? We are, my lord. Very good. In that case, I must ask each of you now to state clearly and concisely for the court the grounds to which you find the defendant guilty of this crime. I feel like we have to convince that dude first, or that lady next to him. The accused left behind the evidence at the scene of the crime, didn't he? Those 3 books of his. If there was some novel alternative explanation about how the victim was stabbed, I might reconsider. Even if the woman was throwing books, it can't be related to this crime if the window was closed, can it? Dear me, it was only a little book, hardly life-threatening even with a direct hit. Look, I just want to get this over with. If I don't bring home some pay tonight, I'll be in a tidy bit of trouble. Come to think of it, we had a fire at home a while ago. It gave me the sneezes. He pressed that guy, okay. Considerably more tangible arguments from all the members of the jury this time around, it seems. One notable exception, of course. My learned student friend was unable to find fault in the previous witness testimony. So the court must accept the fact that it was indeed the accused seen fleeing from the scene. Moreover, this man just set fire to the court again, I swear. No one else was even at the scene to commit the crime. Well, if the eyewitnesses are correct, that it would seem as if the conclusion is somewhat set in stone. I fail to see how it can be argued any other way. I mean, I'm afraid during this summation examination, it's essential that you establish some other tangible explanation for the facts. How? What would even constitute a tangible explanation here? Isn't it obvious? Who stabbed the woman and how? These 2 details are all you need to provide. Simply give us a name and a method by which the attack was conducted. And there I was thinking this might be hard. This is hard. How do we... Shit! This is not Hildo. You have to do it. Otherwise, this will really be where the trial ends. Ugh, no pressure then. It's quite enough preamble. Proceed with the summation examination, please. I presume you are prepared, counsel. Oh yes, my lord. Alright, Ryunosuke, focus your mind now. Clearly, the key to this summation examination is going to be juror number 4 of maid, or should I say Mrs. Garrideb. We have a book that disappeared at the Garrideb's house on the evening of the incident, and the 4th book found in the victim's hand. There must be a way to link the 2. Yes, that's what we have to find. Using every technique I've learned in my short career so far, whatever it takes. Don't forget to keep an eye on Mrs. Garrideb and how she reacts, even to the things other people say. Does it have anything to do with the decision about the defendant's culpability in this case? What's that? You gotta speak up, lad. Could you tell us more about that fire? It was last winter. My grandchildren baked me lovely cake on my birthday. It had 75 candles on top of it, it did. What a sight to behold it was. You put candles on a cake? Was it some kind of devil worship? Of course not, it was an angel cake. Celebrate my birthday, obviously. Seems that it's a custom here in Great Britain, Mr. Naruhodo. Anyway, I mustered all my puff to blow them out. Only I must have blown wrong somehow. The flames didn't go out. The candles went flying all over the room. The furniture caught and everything went up. The whole place filled with smoke. Definitely sounds like devil worship to me. And by the sneezes, I presume you mean a cold? How did you catch a cold from the fire? What a fiasco it was. The grandchildren, blessed them, they threw water over me as I tried to put out the flames. And then, because the whole room had filled up with smoke, of course, we had to open all the windows to clear it. The windows. Biting winter air pushed over me like the devil dancing on my grave, it did. I caught a terrible cold from it. It put me in the hospital for a while. I won't forget that birthday in a hurry. I knew it was devil worship all along. But something about this old man's story is playing on my mind for some reason. We need to demonstrate who, apart from Mr. Natsume, could have attacked the young woman on the street, as well as how he or she could have done it. Yes, but once again, the jurors' statements are full of personal prejudice. A lot of them seem convinced they're right, even in the face of logical arguments. On the contrary, you're going to need to pit them against each other to force them to accept the alternative explanation. Yes, I don't necessarily need to find contradictions between their assertions. Just a connection might do the trick. All right, I'll see what I can do. If anything stands out, I'll go in for a strike. That's the spirit. But what about the possibility that the window was open? What about it? I mean, there's no way it could have been. How can you be so sure? The prosecutor fellow over there said it earlier, didn't he? Winters in London are no joke. You don't want to invite that sort of cold indoors. So no, that window wasn't open. Us Londoners sitting by the fire and staying warm. Like sitting by the fire and staying warm, see? But you couldn't categorically state the window wasn't open, could you? It just wasn't. They wouldn't have opened it. Then what's the point in even having windows, huh? Counsel, you will kindly refrain from childish bickering. Well, I'm sorry. Somehow I need to show that there's undeniable possibility that the window is open. Because this young man isn't going to budge otherwise. The little book was on fire at the time, was it not? With the flames of love, how you know? There's really no such thing as a loving incendiary bomb. Well, he brought it upon himself. He's playing with fire to betray a fiery love. Isn't it? Well, don't you agree? Well, any kind of betrayal is certainly a bad thing, yes. But I think the argument might have arisen out of your misunderstanding, Mrs. Garrity. Never you mind that. The point is we were just having a jovial little dispute. Nothing more. If we won't have any more of these suggestions that has anything whatsoever to do with this crime. Need more water? And need to use the restroom again because I constantly keep drinking water. I'm back. Incarnate, you redeemed Hydrate? Alright, here you go. And welcome back, dude. Right, well, we'll see about that. What about juror number 5? Doesn't seem to be turning a hair to Mrs. Garadib's relentless onslaughts. No, he does not. It's almost as though he's used to it. What a gentle soul he is. Hello, thanks, Mr. Cooldown. Ah, yes. You don't get to do what you used to do, my friend. So you might be willing to change your decisions with me. Oh my. Such a light on your face, but I'm afraid I shan't be swayed by emotion. Despite what you think of me, I'm a very modern, metropolitan, rational woman. That's great. If one reads the morning papers, it's all forgotten by tea time, isn't it? So why read them in the first place? You see, modern, metropolitan, rational thinking, wouldn't you say? And not at all extreme. I wouldn't have the cooldown if you didn't spam it so much, my guy. As I see it, an overwhelmingly suspicious Japanese man has been implicated by overwhelmingly strong testimony. So despite one or two minor puzzlements, I do declare that this man is overwhelmingly guilty. Modern, metropolitan, and rational logic. Wouldn't you say? Overwhelmingly. But us modern gals are always delighted to embrace new fads, you know. So, if I'd be only too happy to consider an exciting new theory if you could come up with one. Lama, you're right. Yeah. I'd be happy to do that too if I could. Do our best not to disappoint the modern and metropolitan young lady. Right. I'm glad you admitted rational there. She's anything but rational. Alright, thank you for omitting points. You're a lurk? You're gonna clean the turtle tank, okay. Did you change your statement from before? Well, yes, it was one of my most memorable birthdays, you see? I couldn't let it go unremembered. I'm sure the defendant will be delighted that you're using his child to explore your past. And how is that memory related to this case? I don't want salmonella on my iPad. You can get that with the turtle tank? Alright, well, I mean, good luck. I mean, you can just watch. You know, that's what you're lurking for while you clean, so you get some entertainment. Thank you for the lurk. Sorry? What's that? I'm afraid you'll have to speak. Oh, you'll have to speak up, I'm afraid. Never mind. He's deaf as a post when he wants to be. Actually, just old man's anecdote. Might just provide the alternative explanation I need to make my point to some of the other jurors. We used to lit candles on my birthday this year. It's safer that way. These two juror statements clearly contradict one another. They do? How exactly, counsel? Don't point at me again. I told you it wasn't me. What's that you say? Speak up, lad. Speak up. Juror number 3. Do you see? Oh, me? See what, sir? Did you hear juror number 6's account of his birthday celebrations last year? It seems despite a Londoner, he once opened his windows in the middle of winter. Oh yes, of course, because it was an emergency. Obviously, if the room was filled with smoke from fire, then you'd be mad not to open... Oh! Exactly! On the day in question, at the time of the incident, there was a fire in the Garrett household. Mr. Garrett had the following to say about it. The whole place was filled with smoke. My hat! Juror number 4, do you have something to say about that? Mrs. Garrett. Oh dearie me. What is the meaning of this? How dare you imply that I'm hiding who I really am? Because you are. It's imperative that you confirm something for the court. So please, it's time to drop the pretense now. What is it? When the fire started in your house that day, did you or your husband open the window? What? I beg your pardon? What are you insinuating? That room would have been filled with thick with smoke after the carpet and bookcase caught fire, as they did. In a situation like that, it's inconceivable you wouldn't have opened the window. And what if we did? Well, alright then. You're right. Yes, you're right. My husband was frantically trying to open the window, which can't have been easy since I continue to give him a justly deserved book battering. Even though your house was on fire? Oh, you never stop throwing until the anger subsides. It would be terribly bad for the nerves to do otherwise. Of course, I should have realized. That's a significant step forward, Mr. Naruto, although we managed to establish that the window was open. We simply must have added to Mrs. Garrett formal statement. The fourth book found out that the scene of the crime shows very obvious signs of fire damage. And the title of the book is The Lion's Pride. Same title, in fact, as the book that Mr. Garrett told us he had been reading. Well, I really couldn't say. On the day in question, did you or did you not throw at your husband the copy of The Lion's Pride that he had been reading? I did. It was the first thing I could lay my hands on, so I hurled it straight at him. Now that you mention it, yes. He was rather enjoying reading it. You're right. Why did you not reveal this information to the court from the outset? Because I couldn't, little man. I didn't remember. Times like that, you pick up and throw whatever you can lay your hands on as well, you know. I really don't. I barely noticed I was throwing a book, much less the title of it. What is it, Juror number 5? You know something? I remember what it was. That memory I blocked out. Ah, it was listening to what this granny was saying. Brought it all flooding back. Who you calling a granny, you cheeky devil? I'm Mrs. Garrity, or the maid, I'll have you know. The man doesn't even flinch. Please tell me that's not because he's so used to being Kit all the time. It was about 2 weeks ago now. I just got back home after work, put my hand in my pocket for the wages I'd just earned that day, and I nearly died. There was a hole. Every last penny had dropped out. Oh dear, what a disaster. You haven't heard the half of it, boy. Oh? The wife was cutting up some chicken at the time, so I could hardly get the words out, but I told her straight, I've lost the day's wages, love. Next thing I knew, the blade was whistling past my ears, stuck into the wall next to me. It did. About an inch deep. No words, just terror. I could smell it then, you know, the god-awful stench of the Thames. I was sure I was going to end up face down in the muddy banks that night, I can tell you. Well, that's a real disaster, isn't it? I'll never use a word lightly again. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is this. When women lose their rag, they'll throw anything at you. Knives, hatchets, hammers, you name it. Mrs. Naruhodo, you mustn't think that all women are so short-tempered and unrefined. No, I wasn't thinking that. Throwing household objects at people is, well, it's so uncivilized. At least attack with honor, using a bow or what? Attack. Who are you going to attack? Never mind. Anyway, this man's words could be rather significant, I think. Yes, it would be. Alright, we'll come back to the bow and arrow thing later, right there. What? No. Maybe I have to press the statement one. Your wife really threw a kitchen knife at you. That's right, she was chopping meat with it. Had a tidy edge on it, believe me. Still, it's all memories, isn't it? She started with that smile she threw at me when we were recording. And since then, the list of things she's thrown at me has grown along with our relationship. There was a cup, then a glass, then a pot, a kettle, a chair, a wardrobe, a cooker, a bathtub. Your wife must be beefier, even beefier than you. And things came to a head last week when she threw me right into a Thames. Still, she's not so bad when she's calmed down. She's a little sweetheart, really. I'm so happy for you. You want to know what I think? I think this whole idea of ladies first that we're so obsessed with in this country. Thomas, thanks for contributing points. Started by some clever lads who'd been tossed in the Thames a few too many times by their wives. That's a very interesting theory. What a terrible thought. On the face of it, Jura's statement sounds like really extreme anecdote. But it might turn out to be an extremely powerful weapon. A weapon that I might be able to use to make the jurors accept an alternative explanation. Fourth book found on the scene of the crime shows very obvious signs of fire damage. And the title of the book is The Lion's Pride. Same title, in fact, when you feel the way I did, you don't care what it is, you want to smash it into his face. You see where violence can lead, Mrs. Sutherland. I'm starting to think you might believe me capable of such behavior anyway. At the point that when the victim was attacked on Briar Road, we know there was a small house fire in Garrett Deep household on the opposite side of the street. Yes, it certainly seems that way. And on countless smoke, I imagine they would had opened the windows wide open in spite of the code. Cool. We also know that Mrs. Garrity was throwing flaming books at her husband. The husband who was backed in the corner by the window due to his wife's frenzied attack. Yes, that's right. There's definitely a chance that the books could have flown past the man out the window. Only what? Only I can't really see how it would have gone all the way to the other side of the road, that's all. Ah. So I don't really see how I can change my decision, really? Oh, I see. What's it gonna take with these people? It's not getting me to where I want. God fucking damn it. There's 4 books now, 3. Well, what the difference does it make? Every possibility that the fourth book in fact belongs to the defendant's landlord. Yes, well, that's the part I have a problem with. Sorry? Well, at the point the woman was stabbed, this landlord fellow was at home, wasn't he? Enjoying a fiery scrap with his wife or something, you said. That's not exactly how I put it, no. Anyway, the point is, the fellow and his wife were somewhere else when it happened. I think that's what you call a strong alibi. It couldn't have been the landlord who did it, which only leaves the Nipponese fellow. Honestly, I can't see what all this palaver is about. It's a done deal, isn't it? Suppose it is. I have nothing left to say. Oh, what was that? Those two statements clearly have a deeply significant connection. Good grief, you mean they don't contradict each other? Explain, counsel, at once. Juror number 2, do you think perhaps that this could be one such novel alternative? Whatever do you mean? An alternative explanation as to how the victim was stabbed in the back. What are you talking about? We've demonstrated that the fourth book, The Lion's Pride, was found at the scene of the crime. Originated in Mr. Garrdeep's room on top of his house. On the top floor of his house. Therefore, it's equally possible that some other object besides the book may have found its way from the Garrdeep household to the street below. And what's that now? After all, Mrs. Garrdeep could have thrown any number of different objects at her husband. Isn't that right, juror number 4? What are you insinuating now, you little beanpole? I'm beginning to think that ever since the true origins of this book came to light, perhaps she had a feeling this might be what happened. Now listen here, you Eastern Gullah. As a foreman of this jury, I demand a straight answer. You give us this yarn about some other object making its way out of the house, but what? What was it? I'm really taking a big gamble here. That was a bold accusation to make, but I haven't any real evidence to back it up. But I'm certain at the very least this warrants further investigation. Alright, Mr. Foreman, I'll try to explain the defense's theory. The other object that found its way from the Garrdeep household to the scene of the crime was... Juror number 4, Mrs. Garrdeep. What now? I must apologize in advance for this. But I need you to confirm something else for the court. This knife. Have you ever seen this knife before? Ah. Good Lord, counsel, what on earth are you doing? That's a weapon that was lodged into the victim's back, man. My lord, remember when the victim was attacked? Mr. and Mrs. Garrdeep were in throes of an argument. Mrs. Garrdeep was hurling anything she could at her husband, who had been backed up against the window. That window had been opened to clear the smoke, through which a book sailed to the land of the scene of the crime. You can't seriously believe that. The book was found in the victim's grasp. You're saying it flew out of the window across the street to land neatly in her hand? Huh? Even my missus hasn't got a name like that. Yes, I admit there are many details we don't know yet, and we don't understand yet. No, she threw it, she saw it, she picked it up, and then a knife got lodged in her back. That's the point. That's precisely why. We must not allow this trial to end, not right now. Oh my. Ah! Mrs. Garrity, your answer, please. Have you seen this knife before or not? Oh, Thud. Yep. My lord. I wish to change my decision. I'm a woman of my word, after all. Thank you, madam. Yes, I agree. I certainly didn't see this coming, though. But I just don't think it would be right for this trial to come to an end now with so many unanswered questions. Mr. Foreman. I'd have to agree. Not that I think the granny did mind. Yes, you know what? I'm not quite happy about this at the moment either. All together now, ladies and gentlemen. We did it. Congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo. So, as a result of this defensive summation examination, a number of jurors' leanings have changed. 2 jurors called guilty against 4 now calling innocent. Accordingly, the opinion of this court is divided. The trial will continue. Now, Lord Van Zieks, how does the prosecution wish to proceed? This trial is rapidly descending into a farce. Like a corked wine, the first few sips are bitter enough. But what follows is so repugnant, it's good for nothing save the gut. If I may, Lord Van Zieks. The defense has just put forward a credible alternative explanation for what happened. Credible? Is that your considered opinion, Mr. Foreman? The defense's argument is a joke to which I barely know how to respond, but let me start by insisting that you must all familiarize yourself with the relative positions of the places being discussed. What do you mean by that? Once is English time. It should be already more than apparent that between the crime scene and the Garrity household runs a rather wide street, Briar Road. Which means that the distance from the Garrity's house to the scene is some 15 yards. Let me see, 15 yards, around 14 meters. 14 meters? A little farther than I imagined. As you ladies and gentlemen of the jury rightly noted as having portentous significance, the 4th book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, the smoldering book, wantonly hurled by the lady of the house, traveled some 15 yards, to land on the opposite side of the road, very neatly between the collapsed victim's fingers and thumb. Is that your final conclusion, my learned and deluded friend? No. Did the jackknife follow a near identical trajectory and plunge into the middle of the victim's back? Yes. Because it's slightly different than what you say. The fantasy is somewhat stretching the notion of having a bad day for the victim, I think. Even those pathetic, serialized detective stories have more believable plots. Ah! There's nothing I can say to that. That prosecutor loves the sound of his own voice. This is how serialized detective stories are pathetic, are they? How dare he? Let's pick our battles here. My lord, might I be allowed to speak? As a judicial assistant, you may speak for the defense. Yes, go ahead. Prosecution may consider the idea a fantasy, but what the defense has postulated was believable enough to persuade the jury to change its leaning. As such, the court has a duty to explore this alternative explanation as thoroughly as possible. To that end, juror number 4, Mrs. Joanne Garrity, must be called to testify and submit to cross-examination. Saints alive! Cross-examination of a juror? Order, order, order! Well, this is highly irregular. It is unprecedented for a member of the jury to summon to and unnecessary. Lord Van Zeeks. There are already witnesses in the stand whose testimony the defense may further cross-examine. If my learned friend's farcical theory has any truth in it, then both a burning book and a jackknife must have flown through the sky before this couple's eyes. And we must assume they would be able to testify accordingly. What say you, witness? Yes, sir. Constable Rowley beat reporting for duty, sir. Well, good morning, officer. Sorry for dozing until now. Sir. I haven't slept for a month on account of a villain who's appeared on my beat, sir. Oh, they are so heroic, these London bobbies. Patricia, my darling, I've been neglecting you, but no more. Oh, Rolly, my hero, you make me swoon. God. Very well, I hereby reject the defense's request. Oh. And order the witness in the stand to testify again. State forthwith before the court any details pertaining to the defense's alternative explanation of events. Yes, sir. This case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garrity, believe me. A London Bobby is good for his word. You see, sir, the windows on the top of the Garrity house are top hinged casements. Obviously, if anything had been thrown out the window, we would have seen it. I did leave the scene to go and fetch help, but my trusty Rolly was there to make sure nothing was disturbed. I didn't take my eye off the crime scene for one moment. Sir, nothing strange to report on that front, sir. The book might have hit him. Two. Well, this is quite startling. Top hinged casement windows? That detail was not in the police report, Constable. Yes, sorry about that. I must have been a little drowsy. You cannot excuse your sins with drowsiness every time, Constable. No, sir! Sorry, but... What exactly is top hinged casement window? And you cannot excuse your ignorance with such trite remarks, my learned friend. Of course, sorry. I found it, Mr. Naruhodo. Cast your mind back to the windows in Mr. and Mrs. Garrity's room. Alright, I'll try. Oh. So, the windows open in order to allow air to circulate inside the house. As this is a top hinged casement window, it swings open along the upper edge, you see. Wait, that makes sense then. The book gets tossed, it flies, pushes to a directory, hits someone from above, and then the knife does the same. I'm glad you've rectified your ignorance. A casement window's most prominent feature is its stay, A metal bar which prevents the window from being opened beyond a certain amount. It prevents it opening? This is all news to me. Absolutely correct, sir. In other words, if a book or a knife were to have been thrown through the open window, it would have clattered against the pane and fallen straight down to the pavement below. No. Unless... You see the problem then? Good, your education in Windows is complete. There was never any possibility of either the book or the knife traveling 15 yards over the road. It's still possible. That is, unless the window pane had been shattered, something we've discounted already. Unless they fix it. That can't be! You see that, Ollie? The young Japanese man just collapsed in agony. Oh yes, my darling, I saw it. I saw how you crumbled before me. Oh, Raleigh, you're so strong. How is this happening? I haven't even started the cross-examination yet, and already my argument has been destroyed. Counsel, if you drag yourself upright again, the court awaits your cross-examination. Ha, I like how they made mention of it. My lord... Good, oh good, another... Another what? Another desperate situation. By which you mean they don't fully open, is that correct? Yes, sir. They're just there to allow a bit of air through the house. You see? So they're restricted as how much they can open. Therefore, anything thrown out the window from inside the room, unless they broke it, will simply strike the pane and fall to the street below. For clarity, allow me to mark the map. This is the location where objects would have fallen. Yes, directly opposite the scene of the crime on the other side of a rather wide road. Would it have been hard for someone to mention this top hinge casement thing before? Well, I have another question for you, Constable. What would that be, sir? How do you even know? Why would you have any idea what the sort of windows Mr. and Mrs. Gardi's house is furnished with? Ah, well, sir, that's very simple. You see, I helped with the investigation yesterday. Do you have something to add, Mrs. Beat? Sorry? You look well delighted. Is there some particular reason for that? Oh, I was just remembering, that's all. We really were so lucky. Lucky? What do you mean? Well, of course I feel terrible for the poor woman who was attacked. Don't misunderstand me. But we were just so lucky it didn't happen on Rolly's beat. It was so close, you see. Oh, I hadn't realized. Oh yes, that's Street Bar Road. That's the boundary between Rolly's beat and the next one. Isn't that right, my love? Constable Beat. Oh, yes, that's right. That's the reason I was helping out with interviewing the occupants of the Gardi household yesterday. The house is on my beat, you see. You see, sir? That was really cutting it close then. Constable, I wonder if you could clarify something. If the Gardi household is on your beat, does that mean the pavement next to it is as well? Outside of Gardi's house? Yes, ma'am. The pavement on the side of the road is part of my beat. I see. I was unaware of that. Just think, if the woman had been attacked just on the other side of Briar Road, we would never have been able to go for that meal to celebrate our wedding anniversary. But that's the life of a Bobby, after all. Extraordinary people are Bobbies, tirelessly working for the benefit of all Londoners. Well, you know what I think? I think it was the good Lord's way of rewarding my Raleigh for all his hard work. Don't you think so, my darling? That must be it, Pat. My love, that must be it. Let's see. She was removed. I think perhaps we should make sure we have that information officially on record. Leave it to me, Miss Naruto. I'll take care of it immediately. Case file information has been updated. Now it's my turn, I think. According to my notes here, the sun had gone down already and it's dark. Rolly and I were strolling along, gazing at the night sky, looking for a lucky star. Sorry? So that will guide us to eternal happiness. Can it guide you to answer the question? If a flaming book had cut across the sky in front of us, it would have lit up like a shooting star. If I had seen a shooting star, I would have made a wish upon it. Let Rolly become an inspector, I would have said. 3 times at least. Of course, with the smog and everything, we couldn't see. Of course, what with the smog and everything, we couldn't actually see any stars. In short, are you trying to say that neither a book nor a knife across the sky before you? Yes, saw. That's correct, saw. Sure as the London sky, London night sky. No, as sure as the night sky in London is starless, saw. Seems certain like you're telling the truth. And we saw a poor woman fall to the ground, so we ran straight over to help her. Yes, you said you went to fetch a nearby police box. Went to a nearby police box to fetch another officer. Is that correct? Is that right? That's right. Yes. It had been on Rolly's beat. If it had been on Rolly's beat, I would have known exactly where I was going. Of course. Don't feel bad, my love. You can't be expected to know the location of every police box on every beat. So Rolly told me the way. Only I sort of got a little lost on the way. Patricia, my darling, that's why I love you. Your terrible sense of direction is bewitching to me. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly. Oh, God. Oh, please. So I suppose I was gone for about 15 minutes, but like I said, my Rolly was at the scene the whole time, make sure nothing was disturbed. Oh, really now? Time to get more water. Alright, I'm back, y'all. Oh, I was off duty at the time, of course, but a true Bobby is a Bob, never really off duty, so. Nothing to report. I didn't take my eye off the scene of the crime for one moment, saw. Nothing strange to report on that front, saw. Hold it. Nothing to report. No one else approached the scene, and nothing was removed from it. I swear to that on the yard's honor, saw. Really? That seems a little strange. I beg your pardon, sir. Strange, sir. Seems altogether regular to me. Burnt copy of the Lion's Pride was originally in the Garrett-Deep household. So the question remains, how did it find its way into the hand of the victim? Can you shed any light on that, seeing as you were at the scene of the crime the entire time? Aha! Could it be a different copy? One that just happened to be burnt as well? Even if that were possible, why would the victim have been gripping a book like that in her hand? As you can see from the photographic print, she had a bag over her shoulder. Well, sir, that book was in the lady's hand from the moment we arrived at the scenes. Is that so? Something about this statement not sitting right with me. Two mysteries of how the knife ended up in her back and how that book ended up in her hand. There must have been a common thread between them. So sorry, Mr. Nagelholder, I have no right to speak out. What do you mean? I request the cross-examination of Mrs. Garrett-Deep without consulting you. Even the judge did deny me. Oh, I see. Well, I agree with you. We do need the testimony from Mrs. Garrett-Deep if we're ever going to get the truth of this matter. Do you really think so? Think about it. No matter how far it is across the road or how that window opens, Mrs. Garrett-Deep's book found its way to the scene of the crime somehow, didn't it? You're right. And then there was Mrs. Garrett-Deep's reaction to me showing her the knife. That woman's hiding something, I'm sure of it. Right again, we need to use this cross-examination to uncover more clues. We'll get to the bottom of this one way or another, I swear. Yes. How can you say that for certain? Very good questions. A very good question, sir. And the answer is this. It has the noble founding principles of the force written on it as a reminder to all of us policemen of our sworn duty. He showed us that before, didn't he? Did he? I can't say I remember. To patrol the streets of London town and uphold the peace of the common man. It's what the job's all about. And that's why we stand here today that's why I stand here today beside my long-suffering wife and tell you a Bobby's good word for his word. Tell you a Bobby's good for his word. While rubbing my tired eyes admittedly, sah. Oh, Rolly, you're so manly. Jesus. Of course I am, my darling Patricia. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly. Jesus. No, none of this is what I meant. I mean, how can you say for certain that this case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garrett-Deep? Ah, I see, sir. Should have said so earlier, sir. I did. Yes, well, so, could you answer the question? That was a waste of time. Absolutely, sir. I will answer to the fullest of my ability, sir. There's a surprising reason why Mr. and Mrs. Garrett-Deep's domestic duties can't be related to this case. But before I get into that, sir, just one thing. Yes? I very much like you and all your countrymen to understand the great British institution of Scotland Yard. So I hope you'll take back some tales of us London Bobbies, how we uphold our guiding principles. I wasn't planning on going back just yet. I have only just arrived here. So to that end, sir, I'd be happy to lend you my warrant card for your perusal. But I must warn you, you won't be able to get through it without shedding a few tears. Thank you, I'll try. Constable Beats' warrant card has been entered into the court record. Uh-oh. Can I ask you something, please, Mr. Lawyer? Oh, yes, of course. What is it? Actually, before that. Policeman will strive to preserve the peace within his allotted beat. Item number 2. A patrolling officer is expected to walk 20 miles around his beat every day for the furtherance of the community relations. Any crimes fall under the jurisdiction of the beat in which they are discovered. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help the detectives. There's no help to me. Yes, of course, what is it? You're doubting us, aren't you? I can tell. What? I wasn't really... I mean, what's she doing? Please, just because I'm a woman, it doesn't make my testimony any less valuable. You might just see me as the wife of a policeman, but I'm a woman of my word, I am. I really don't remember ever just suggesting that I doubted you. No excuses, I don't want to hear it. My voice will be heard! My lord, you'll let me speak, won't you? Yes, Mrs. B, I will allow you to supplement your testimony if you desire. Sometimes the path of least resistance is the sage one. That was a very loud mutter. I heard that. The Japanese man thinks the policeman's wife's word counts for nothing, does he? Well, watch out, sir. I might let you get away with something like that, but my Rolly won't. Duly noted, Mrs. B. Please, I humbly ask you to continue. What could she possibly be about to say, I wonder? And I'm gonna end it here. Leave it on a little bit of a cliffhanger, because I'm getting kind of hungry. Let's see who we can raid. Let's raid Amy sometimes. She's co-streaming with another streamer, and they're playing Kiwi. So use the raid and sub-raid messages. But anyways, I will see you guys either tomorrow or Thursday. We'll see what's up. Depends on how busy work is tomorrow. But anyways, you guys have a good day. Thank you for tuning into the stream, and thank you for all the raids and resubs and all that. Goodbye, and good day.